What are we doing today?
My 1996 Ford F250 4-wheel drive. All of a sudden I was driving home and all of a sudden the brakes started squealing real loud like it was grinding metal to metal, and the brakes, the last time I looked at them, seemed just fine, like a 1/4 inch of material left. We're going to take it for a test drive to see what wheel it is, whatever. We're going to bring it back here and pick it up and take a visual inspection.
Maybe when you're backing out of the driveway here, I'll see if I can hear anything. Truck's probably too loud to hear anything. I definitely hear it.
Oh yeah, big time here. Do you want me to stop? You can get on and check what tire?
Yeah, let me go ahead and jump out. I'm gonna jump out real quick and we're gonna roll it down the hill, see if we can hear it any further. It sounds like it's in the front to me. Left front wheel, which is also covered in brake dust, so that's a telltale sign.
Yeah, I can non-stop hear it now.
Yeah, I hear it. I don't know if the camera can pick that up, but it's grinding.
Yeah, we'll pick it up, put it on 4 jack stands, check out front and rears. I noticed lately that the parking brake was going down a little extra. I didn't feel comfortable with it holding on a hill, so tear that apart too.
Alright, gain some speed, get some speed.
Doing 35. I still can hear it from my window a little bit.
Hit the brakes at speed as it sounds. Yep, grinding brakes, sounds like metal on metal front brakes to me, but we're gonna check front and rear. Okay, going back to base.
Oh yeah, look at all that brake dust. Come right, I've never had that much.
Yeah.
Like I just, yeah.
Left front, covered in brake dust. This is where the noise was coming from. A little show and tell from the last brake job we did, metal on metal. The rotor's grooved up. There's nothing left of this pad, and it's covered in rust because it's been in the yard for a little bit.
Okay, it's a 7/8 socket for these F250s here. I have metric ones, 22, 23, but it's a 23 metric if you want to put it on there, but you can round out your lug and you don't want to do that. So just an old trick someone told me in the old days was use the weight of your body farthest out onto the breaker bar as you can. Now I'm going to break these all with the breaker bar. Then I'm going to come back here after I get raised up. Then I'll use my electric impact gun or my air operated one. I don't have the battery operated big heavy duty ones, but I have ones that everybody regularly would have in their garage. just to be on the safe side, I always put something down to protect my kneecaps because you never know, a screw or something's on there. I don't have my knee pads with me right now, and I usually use a 4x4 block that are usually labeled for jacks. Can't find it right now at this moment. Making sure it's under there centered. Lift it up, put our jacks in. And we already loosened up the lugs, so we'll be able to impact those off with an older type Milwaukee impact gun. So no time am I going to put my hand anywhere where it's going to get hurt. Lines up right there. I'll put it right there. Okay, there we go. And since this is a minor incline, we'll just put it up one notch higher on the jack stand. Take a judgment call here. Here, and making sure I keep my hands clear. If in doubt, move the jack. Head's clear?
Yep.
Just enough to move it. Half inch.
Pull it back more towards you, an inch and a half, right there.
Yep. Don't care how many times it takes to jack it up safely. Okay, that's good right there. See if keep the tire off the ground. And
yeah, it's off the ground.
Half inch over there. I got 3. It's half inch. I'll just leave the jack here because I don't need it for nothing else. So just for safety, I did locate my knee pads, put them on. I transferred the lug to the old Milwaukee impact gun. It's a little bit worn. That's why I use the breaker bar for everything. And these little Kramer cups, or whatever you want to call them, they're good for putting all your lugs in there and not getting burned. Now, I could have used this. I got this off the Enterprise. The guys used to work on airplanes with that, so they wouldn't use impact guns, but pretty nice. Okay, let me get this out of the way real quick. Pick this baby up. I previously rotated the tires. Well,
Brake pads look pretty good, but
yeah.
who knows?
So
At least on this side.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking something must have happened. Okay, come over here, grab me that little bucket, please. Okay, it's a moment of exposure. What do we got here, baby? Tremendous amount of dust on the inside. Get a bright light real quick. And what do we got here?
You see metal.
Metal everywhere.
Light up in there so you can see the inner pad.
Okay, so I see the pad. The inner pad's gone.
Shine the light in this hole.
Yeah, well.
You see the inner pad is metal on metal.
Yeah,
so
metal on metal.
That would most likely be the caliper slides, caliper pins, or whatever.
The previous owner was an older gentleman that may have never did maintenance on that.
Yeah, right here, the pins are probably stuck, which would cause the inner pad to wear like that.
Yeah. Wow, thank God we got to it in time. The rotors weren't in bad shape at all, except for that one side. Okay, let's jack up the rear.
Hopefully you've got the socket for the four-wheel drive hub to take that apart.
Oh, joyful. Okay.
You probably do.
Yeah, probably got 2 or 3. Okay, what's that? Torx or L?
Torx, it looks like a Torx. T30 looks like. Maybe a T25.
Bring the whole kit. Yeah, I'm thinking 25, 30. I think you're right. T25 fits in there perfectly. 3/8 drive. Okay. Put this stuff back. Turn that way.
So it was a 13?
Yes, it was a 13. 6 point. I think I put it on there.
Crack the other one loose first.
It's always nice to have some baling wire, things like that, or a clothes hanger. You can always use to hang this stuff up out of the way. Always be conscious of that. I brought a magnetic bull out, taking care of any bolts. Dry. Dry. That's a 20, this is a 19. So I need to get a 20.
Probably 21.
Okay, let me get that set up. Give me a second. Get all this out of the way. What I hate about these trucks is half of them metric, half standard.
Yep. 1996. Anything on the engine is going to be SAE. Anything on the body is going to be metric.
Okay, we get this up in there.
Not much room to work in.
Now let me get a short extension. I got a 1-inch one. Rarity. One sec. Give you a little tip here. I got this roll of baling wire back in 1978. Still using it. Of course, if I left it laying around, people will throw my stuff away, but I didn't. And when you're breaking these in here, get yourself comfortable.
When you get that caliper out of the way, now that the bolts are out,
Yeah.
take it off. Oh no, it's really jammed up in there.
Let me get a
Might have to
heavy
compress
duty.
the pistons back a little bit.
Can I get a C-clamp in there? No. Let me try. Let me get a heavy-duty screwdriver. A little minute break apart. I think it's from the brake shoes digging into the rotors. It's making it difficult.
Yeah. These dual piston calipers up here do tend to get sticky, and especially if you do try to do the old C-clamp trick where you compress it, you can only really, you can't press it centered up, so it always wants to make those pistons crooked, and it's usually a bad idea to do that. So I would advise gently prying the caliper back. Oh yeah, okay, it'll come off of there.
Gently. like you said. Okay, let me get my belly one ready real quick.
These dual piston calipers do tend to stick, so I would not be surprised if we'll be buying calipers for this one.
And here's my 100th use of the Leatherman for today. They said this cost me like $3 back in the old days. Put that back into my thing so I don't lose it. Look at that. Remnants. I do a real good tie job when you tie these guys up, guys.
They're pretty heavy.
Yeah, they are heavy. I can feel my hand being loose there. Here's why I'm going to go to the bracket where I know I'm not going to put it on a brake line or nothing like that. I'll put it on something strong enough to hold it. Okay, come on, be good to me. There you go. And so I was being cheap on the baling wire. That's why it's not long enough, but it is. I'm doing 2 wraps around the damn thing so it won't fall down. Oh my God, look at that. Okay, here's the outer. Oh, little breaker bar.
Yeah, that pad is done.
Okay, here's the outer. Look how dry it is down there. Everything's dry.
No lubricant.
0.
Or it's just been a really, really long time since it's been serviced.
I have no idea last time it was serviced. I think the same time I bought the Bronco, like 13 years ago. That's when they got this. Come on, baby.
Wow, look at the sticks of that thing.
Look how dry that is.
Yep, that's the inner brake pad completely roasted.
There's the outer. And like I said, last time I looked at them, they were like a 1/4 inch. There's still a 1/4 inch thickness on there.
Let's see if it's tapered.
Get the guides out. Everything's dry, and I think that's what caused it.
Not really tapered though, but yeah, I mean, look at how much life is left on the outer pad, and the inner pad is completely gone. So that tells me the caliper, the pistons were binding, or these pins were binding, and the pins, right, the bolts are dry.
Well, we can try the pins back through there because they came out spotlessly dry. Look at that.
So that pin moves, and that pin moves, so it's probably these pistons that are stuck. Or we've got a brake hose. This might be problematic.
Yeah, I'm thinking, look at that. So much dust in there, it couldn't probably retract.
Yeah, well, personal experience working on these for years, these dual piston calipers do tend to stick.
Okay, let me break this off real quick. Now you take the spacer off. Okay, moving everything out of my way. Oh, it did move. Make sure you get it all the way onto the bolt head. Okay, let me push this down real hard. There you go.
I no longer enjoy working on the ground.
I'm glad I still love it. It's like a relaxation thing for me. Okay, so I may have to get a...
He's grabbing some tools. Let's take a look at Bump Side Alley. This one had a dead battery today when I wanted to take it out, so check out that video when it comes out. We'll be doing the 1972 Bump Side Ford slow cranking video. Every time I take it out and I start it back up, it's like it's got a dead battery. So keep an eye out for that one.
Right in the 50s or 60s.
That's a 21 millimeter.
Yes, it is. Oh boy, that baby was in there tight and dry.
Probably got some thread locker on it, like it's supposed to have.
Yeah, I'm starting to see remnants of it now. Yeah, well, right there, you can see the remnants of it, right there.
Thread locker.
And I brought out another magnetic bowl that my dogs bought me. I know, they're thinking what they're gonna buy Daddy for Easter. Now you know why I get him a chicken strip every day, or 4 chicken strips.
Alright, let's take apart that other side while we got the sunlight and compare the brake wear.
Okay, so I don't need that. Basically, you don't need your Another benefit of working on Navy ships, Enterprise and all that, is end up with a lot of fucking extra tools. Let's got that. See how this comes out. And when you're at the dollar store waiting for your woman to come out, always buy these extra pans here. $1, $1.50, you can't beat them. I got like 8 of them. Okay, come on, baby. No, I think that's my baling wire, but I'll get that in a second. Put this up here where I know it's not going to fall over or smash my fingers. There you go. Making sure I don't get that kink in my brake line. Okay, let's see what we got here. Here's the outer brake shoe. Come on, baby. Here's the inner. Doesn't look too bad. Filling back on the rotors. There are waves on the inner one.
Let's look at the difference. This is the inner pad on the passenger side. Looks like it's got plenty of life on it. No tapered wear.
You see 5/16, 3/8, yeah.
Outer pad. Just as good, so definitely a caliper dragging problem.
Mm-hmm. I think so too.
Or the brake hose is internally collapsed or something hydraulic, some sort of hydraulic concern, but I would really suspect faulty caliper.
They look old.
Yeah, they look ancient.
Probably OEM.
Wow, look at that one. You know it's old when they actually tell you where exactly it was made.
Okay. So, where is my T-Twix?
How's the wheel bearing feel? It rotates smoothly, no play, nicely adjusted.
That's nice.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, I thought I brought the other ratchet over. Is it under here? Okay. Give me 1 second. Here's something I bought like 30 years ago on an old 66 Ford F250 4-wheel drive, and I use it every time I use it for a Ford. I'm hoping everything here should fit. Spin these off real quick.
Let's see. So that was a T25?
Yes, verify it right now. T25 right there. And I should have looked loosen this up when we had the tires down, but they're not that tight at all. I'd probably say like 10 pounds or 1.5 foot of inch pounds. I had the air ratchet out here on the north side. So these little screws like that, if they're magnetic, I usually bring a little magnet like this to make sure I don't lose these either.
They look like they're stainless, but no.
Well, it could be a lower grade stainless. I would say they're stainless.
Or they're coated.
You never know. Well, it could be in the 200 series, low 300 series. Everyone's led to believe stainless steel is not magnetic. Well, different grades are. It's definitely stainless steel is one variety or one grade. And you don't want to lose one of them little bolts or screws on a Sunday.
Nope. I'm sure these hubs were due to be greased up anyway. Oh, yeah, look at that.
Taking it off looks dry.
Look at that old grease. Been a while since I've even had to take one of these apart. I probably don't even remember. You do have a service manual for this truck, right? Oh yeah, you got to take that snap ring out right there. You need a pick.
A miniature screwdriver out. Let's see if that'll work. Otherwise, I will get a pick. Okay, let me go get a pick. Get a variety pack. Always buy the 4-pack. Okay, these are one of these dollar item picks, right? Pick set. I have like 3 sets of these. So it's always nice to have something here. Where the hell is that right there? Come on, baby. Okay, get that thing locked in place. Come on, baby. Should have done that ahead of time, but a learning experience. I guess I haven't torn one of these apart since, whoa, 82. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Fumble. Can finger this now. I don't. Oh, I'm screwed too. Okay. Probably a real easy way to get this out. I know I should have done it when the caliper was still in there, so this thing would rotate on me. I screwed up, but it was a learning lesson. There you go.
There you go. Learn the lesson. Do it while the caliper's still on, or do it while the brake's still, or the wheel's still on.
Now, taking care.
You should just pull right out now.
Yeah, let me get my pliers.
Get the pick behind it so it doesn't pop back in there.
Don't want the damn thing to smack me in the face. Let me get the pick behind it.
Just walk it out.
Just making sure I'm not smack to the face. So walking it out gently. Taking it all up in sequence, keeping it in sequence.
Stick a screw back in the hole and you got something to pull it with.
Okay, just one at a time.
Oh yeah, look at all the...
Dry.
Kind of looks a little rusty in there, like water's been getting in there.
Yeah, and well, I don't know if the previous owner ever took this in water. I would never take it in water.
And then you got a snap ring right there.
Yeah, I see it now.
Don't have no snap ring pliers?
Yeah. Give me a second to find them. Of course, I got 10 of everything, but until I need it, I can't find it.
Alright, look at this. The tool, it says for half-ton vehicles, and this is a 3/4 ton. So it's too small. It's too small for that spindle nut. So we got to get a tool to take this hub nut off, although they're not normally very tight. But being recessed down in the hole down there, you're probably gonna...
If I could take it off and take it in to get a match up, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, they're probably maybe $10, $20 at the auto parts store.
25. I don't feel that lucky today. Okay, come on. Break. That's what happened to my last set.
Get it in the hole.
Okay, got in. Tight. Okay, taking it out. Make sure it doesn't spring on me. I put my fingers around there. And I did have to make sure I got all the way in there. That's why it was slipping on me last time. Okay, in sequence. Going out. There.
So now we got to get that hub nut off of there.
You sure that don't fit? Have you tried it?
It's too small. It's too small. It's for a half ton.
Oh, fit.
No, it's fitting into that slot, the key slot on the hub or the spindle.
Sure?
Yeah, I can see it visually.
Key slot.
Yeah,
What are you talking
there's
about?
this little slot right here where right there. There's a slot right there where there's usually a little key in there that goes between, if I remember correctly. Or there'll be a washer.
Okay, here's the washer.
It's probably the washer that goes up against
Two
the bearing.
washers, a pack of washers. Let me see, that goes over there.
And those.
A pack of washers. Washers.
Yeah. So which way did that come out? Because one of them has splines on it. This is plastic.
Yeah.
This one's metal with splines.
Oh,
and look, there's three.
Yeah.
There's three of them.
Shims.
Which way did it come out?
It came out like that.
And there's no guarantee that it was actually assembled properly to begin with, so we will be referring to the service manual anyway.
That's how they do the socket.
Okay, so we gotta go get a socket for that. Nope, that one will never work.
See if you feel lucky.
It'll never work. Nope, we're gonna tear up the spindle.
Okay.
Nope, we're gonna tear up the spindle.
Let me try it one more time. The last try.
Nope. I can see it. It's hooking into that key slot.
Okay, so 3/4 ton.
Yep, gotta go get it.
Okay.
But normally they're not even that tight. The outer one needs to be tight, but the inner one's never tight.
No, you gotta tighten it up and then loosen it back up, back preload or whatever.
Yeah, if you're lucky enough to get the outer loose, then you could probably still.
Okay. Well, let me look it up at a local store. Gotta run over there anyway. Maybe I can go to Chop and Cry and get a haircut.
Yep.
Chop and Cry. No, I need to get a flat tip.
Look at this. This is definitely not the right way to do this.
Yeah, you need like a flat tip screwdriver, like a chisel type. See what I got? Or a round one. Nice long one. That'll work there. I measured before I do a 50-mile round trip to the local store. A little skinny there. I give it a couple taps.
Yeah, if it doesn't come loose like this, just give up. You might tear up like that.
I give it one tap and that's it.
Oh yeah, it moved. It moved. Yeah, definitely do not want to force this, especially with a chisel, because the chisel will cut into the nut.
Okay,
you can
now
see
I got
the
a round.
did start to cut into the nut.
I got a round one here. Let me go and bring out one of the brass ones if it's small enough to get in there. A little bit less damage.
Gonna be
Okay, so I found this piece of brass, which I got a collection of everything you can think of, and to prevent a little less damage there. Grab the larger ball peen hammer. Oh, there it goes. Easy now.
Once again, I'm going to mention this is not the right way to do it. Preferably, you need the tool. We're going to have that tool to reassemble this properly anyway, so we'll be acquiring the tool.
Take your time. Little sharp edges in there. You try to screw around. You want to cut yourself.
That's the outer nut.
And sequence down here.
And then there should be a washer, a keyed washer.
Where's that?
Get that 90-degree pick or something.
There you go. Can't lose. Alright, and then we grab the 90-degree pick. Remember, they're only $1 a set. So when you
that one prevents the inner nut from turning. As you can see, it has lots of little holes in it, and then the inner nut has a pin on it.
Where's the pin? I can't see it.
The pin is right there.
Damn it, I can't
We'll pull it out.
I can't
No, now you should be able to just unscrew this.
Yeah. Well, that's not like it says.
Or sometimes there'll be a key in there, but with this design, this washer has the key on it, and then the pin on the nut fits into these holes.
Yeah. I think the 69 is like that too. Okay, I'm gonna have to tap it again with a brass pin.
This one shouldn't be tight, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Put my leg up there. Where are you at?
I guess when we do the other side, we're gonna have the tool and show you how
Yeah.
easy it is with the tool. Get into the slot there.
Okay, get down there. Okay, it's kind of awkward for me to swing.
Yep, there you go. And then it should just come out easily now.
Yeah. I didn't want to take any chances swinging around hitting something. There you go, coming now. Okay. Stick something in to swing it around. There you go. Come on, baby. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Slowly but surely. Come on, baby. Binding up in one little spot. Okay. Good idea. Same thing.
This is the hard way to do it.
And the other thing here about these set of these long needle nose pliers, 90 degrees straight, and some ones with round bends on them. A couple bucks. Like I got that Quinn needle nose there just for a couple bucks too. Come on, baby. There you go. Even though I should have rubber gloves on right now, I'll let you know the second I'm done here. I've already washed my hands a couple of times during these short little breaks with a scrub brush, so don't be all day long with grease on your hands. Okay, another tight spot. Oh man, you're cleaning that up real good. I ain't gonna stop this time. There you go. Boy, buying that socket's gonna be well worth that. My fingers are killing me now. sequence.
And then the outer bearing is going to come out. There's that pin. There's the pin.
That's the pin. Okay, so maybe want to step back a little bit. I don't want to sort of smack on you. And I don't want no grease to get on the ground. Cut the outer. Not the best grease, but there. Okay, I'm gonna put this down now. There you can see, I remember I said it was a little wavy in there.
Looks like it's been done before because it's got the green on the seal, but everything is really hardened and crusty back here.
Oh my God, I can't scrape it off with my fingernail.
Yeah.
What's the spindle thing? No, not that bad. Be grateful nothing froze to it.
Alright, well, it looks like we need to come up with a parts list, run over to the store, grab some parts, grab a tool.
Yeah, that's the number one thing, tool.
We'll take apart the other side with the tool, demonstrate how much easier it is.
It should be like, what, 2 minutes?
Yeah, 2 minutes to take it apart with the proper tool.
So, let you know, I'm going to have buckets and magnetic trays for each side, never to mix nothing up. Nothing. $1. That was $3 on sale. So I'm going to leave everything out there right there, and if I have to, I'll put everything on a roll-around table and roll it into the cave of wonder.
Alright, my dad's inside washing his hands, getting the laptop going so we can get a parts list going. I would advise inspecting the bearings before you go buy parts because you might need bearings. But let's see, are these the originals, which would probably be Timken bearings? They are original Timken bearings. So these are pretty good bearings and they don't normally wear out, but whenever you get water intrusion, you might get some rust pits. So I would advise inspecting the bearings really good before you go order parts. The inner bearing, you need to take this seal out first. And we'll see if the old mechanic's trick will work on this hub. It looks like it will. Little trick on these hubs to get that inner out is to thread the nut on. Okay, thread one of the nuts on, preferably the outer that doesn't have that little pin to get damaged. Just going to thread that on a couple turns. As you can see, I put that nut on there a couple turns without the outer bearing installed. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a little tug. As you can see, that nut caught the inner bearing and knocked the seal and the bearing right out of there without having to knock it. And if you really had to, you could reuse this seal because the seal has now been removed without being damaged. Although we're not going to do that here. I'm just saying in certain circumstances you may have to reuse that seal, like on a bad day. That's how you get it out without damaging it. And there's a little, this is the spring that came from the seal. So this is the inner bearing. The inner bearing is typically larger in size. As you can see, the inner bearing's larger. It has to carry more load. This is the outer bearing. Wipe this clean and inspect it before we go order parts. Didn't do a very good job of wiping it, but the rollers all look good. I don't see any pitting. And I would also advise wiping the bearing cups clean. Of course, they got some nice thick gooey grease in here. Make sure that the bearing cups don't have any pitting on them. These ones look pretty good. Let me get a look at the outer cup. We're going to probably replace these rotors because they've got some wear, so I'm not worried about getting grease on the surfaces. But if you were going to reuse those rotors, you're going to want to make sure you keep those brake surfaces clean. Can't really get a good look in there for you, but the bearings and cups look good on this one, so we're going to reuse them if possible. Ideally, we would be taking the other side apart as well, but we're just going to roll the dice on this one. And we're going to go with 2 new front calipers. It would be a good idea to also replace the 2 front brake hoses. We're going to need brake fluid. We're going to need front brake pad set, 2 rotors, and 2 wheel seals.
Say, and double measure. Double.
One more thing I'm going to add to that parts list is brake lubricant and wheel bearing grease. Okay, we got the gigantic calipers out here. Before we go ordering parts, there are a couple different options for the rotor diameter. You need to get the proper measurement on the rotors, and when you go to the parts store, it's probably going to be a good idea to take the calipers with you so you don't have to pay the core fee up front. Wow, those are some nice big calipers.
Lock it. So they're 13-inch.
So 12.9, because there was an option for 12.5 inch and 12.9 inch. Yep. So I'm gonna go with 12.9.
So yeah.
And they also mentioned the surface and the thickness. Friction surface.
Be 2-inch.
Okay, thickness.
Considering it's worn. And it'll be 1 1/4.
Okay.
Or 31.5 millimeters.
I would advise taking the wheel seals with you too, because there's numbers, there's identification numbers on these seals. Take these with you, take the calipers with you, and maybe even take the rotors, because they might be nice enough to press the studs out for you and install them, but that's really going to depend on your auto parts store and if they have a press.
Yeah, well, my dog bought me a press a couple years ago I haven't used yet.
Perfect, because
oh, it's so good to daddy.
My preferred method to change these out is with a press rather than using a hammer
I've never
to bash on the studs. Press is much better.
Yes, I would make a press if I had to.
Alright, so we looked up the parts real quick. The rotors are over $100 each, so everything all together is probably going to be $500 or $600. And I don't know if we can get away with that at this time, so maybe if these rotors have enough meat on them, I can just turn them and we can save over $200 on the rotors. These calipers measure in hundredths of an inch. I've got these calipers here. I've got these mechanical calipers here. I prefer mechanical over digital every day of the week. So these calipers measure in hundredths of an inch, not thousandths. And these are not actually the right tool to measure rotors with. You should use a brake rotor. You should use a brake rotor micrometer, but these will be close enough. And the reason you want to use a brake mic is because they have a sharp tip to get down into the deep grooves, and you can get an accurate measurement. But like I said, we're going to get close enough today to just estimate if these can be turned. What is that? 1.215. So that would be 1.21 in hundreds, right? Okay, let's go measure the other side. Maybe I'm reading these wrong, I don't know. I'll have to do a little research. These are not like mine that I have at work that measure in thousandths of an inch. These measure in hundredths of an inch. And already, visually, look at that. I'm going to tell you, you cannot reuse this one. This one you can never save. The other one you might be able to save. And what does this measure? 1.112. 1.112 looks like. Or 1.11 in hundredths. Maybe I'm reading this wrong. Like I said, I'm not used to reading these. Unfortunately, it looks like we will be purchasing both rotors because that other side, there is no way you're going to be able to turn that other side and reuse it. So if you're going to replace one rotor, you may as well replace both rotors, right? It's a big truck, you haul things with it. Don't mess around with your brakes, right? Steering, brakes, fuel, suspension should always be 100%.
What's on the back side? Is there something on the back side? Yes, there is. Come on off of there. And on the back side is just I could tap it there with a plastic hammer. You see, this baby slides off from right here. We're going to heat that up. Okay. I need to get over where you're at. I'm just gonna tap it on the end, nothing hard. Nope, ain't budging at all.
It's only 30 years old. Why would it be easy, right?
30 years buzzed by. Could you hold that a minute? Okay. So with that. So that is that the slide point there?
No, that whole part's gonna come off with it.
With this whole part here?
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole spindle.
Okay.
Just gotta knock it with that hammer on the side right there.
Right here, right?
Yep.
So we can screw. Let me get a soft wafer wedge.
So we're working on getting this spindle off of here because there's a seal and a bearing that this axle rides on that we want to make sure is not dried out, thanks to a tip from one of my friends, Stan. Thanks, Stan. Too far.
Yeah,
Guts back there. Oh yeah, it finally moved though. Okay, opened up a gap.
Yeah. Spray a little DVD down there.
Opened up a gap right there.
This thing don't put out too much, does it? Let the vibrations work on it. Oh, I see. It slips into something, huh?
Yeah.
That's why it's so hard.
So rusted up in there.
Yeah.
That's why no one ever does those bearings back there, the spindle bearing. That's why no one ever gets in there and makes sure it's lubricated.
They destroy the whole damn thing, huh?
Yep. What about a block of wood up against this and smack on the block of wood?
Yeah, you got a point there.
Piece of wood to protect the threads and the bearing surface.
Let me get around. Hitting anything.
There it goes.
Sure?
Yeah, it's starting to move.
is it? You ever take these off before?
Yeah. Nightmare. This truck doesn't even have rust on it, so they get a lot worse.
I can't even imagine that.
That's why I don't like to work on cars on weekends anymore.
Oh yeah, it just sucks your whole day up, or the whole weekend up. I was thinking.
Yeah, as you can see, it's opening up that gap little by little.
I guess by now some people had already had the bolt studs all hammered over and.
Yep.
Take your damn time.
Yeah, it's starting to wiggle back and forth now.
Yep, you know when the wedge falls out, it's good news. Okay.
It's moving.
We just keep tapping this around. Yeah, see that?
Good, good thing we're pulling this out, because then we can clean the rust off of it like Annie sees on that thing for the next 30 or 40 years servicing.
I won't be around for that. We'll mark the direction with the ink marker or paint marker.
Yep, good idea.
I like to mark everything up.
I like to use a scribe because the paint marks don't last.
I got that too.
Or a center punch. I like to put a little dot in it.
Too. And like you said, be on the safe side, center punching. I just do a little delicate one. Oh, do it right there.
Now you got a little match mark that can't be wiped away or dissolved away by degreaser.
Oh,
And,
there you go.
Yep, there's that, and the bearing and the seal, and it looks like it needed service anyway.
Yep. That little bit of blue grease
And
there
look at the
is from
rust.
the axle.
Look at all the rust on the.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick a paper towel in there before I water brush all that out.
All that. So we probably actually need to go pick up a seal for this to take that out. Might be a good idea to replace that bearing, but I doubt it needs any replacement, but
It's still got grease.
probably does need a seal to keep the water out, keep the dirt out.
The seal seems pretty tight in there. I don't think that's I thought that was blood there for a second. Well, when I got that out, now I got this out. How's that all look? Okay, where's that at? Put a paper towel into that. Okay. Took the time to seal everything up with paper towels. Always buy this wall pack.
It's going to require a lot of cleaning time.
Yeah, I'll get it out in the grooves of the pick and pin set. So that sill's gonna fit in here.
Doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look like that, yeah. Definitely don't look like that. No, I don't think so. How does that work?
I think that part's just the dust seal. And that, is that a shim? Or a little rubber seal? What is
I'm
that?
gonna say it's a plastic seal. There's no dirt there. You know what I mean?
Yep, little plastic.
Yeah, I think it's
washer.
like you said, a dust seal, so that you can push up against it and ain't nothing gonna get past it. So let me grease that up, put all that back in, and then, like you said, I'll get this smooth and get the anti-seize on there. Put that fucker back in. This is like a wash triple. Wipe that off real quick. I just set that down by mistake. So you see it back in the overly greased everything. You can see all the buildup inside, so it's a 30-year greasing job.
Yep, and the seal underneath here, that's this brush washer. That seal we're just going to reuse for the time being due to parts availability, and this truck needs to get back on the road and get back to work.
Okay,
But at least we know that little needle bearing is not dry.
okay, get this back. Making sure I wipe off all mating surfaces. End up with no goddamn rock there or something like that. And here I am lining up with the marks I originally taken off. There's my center punch mark, my white mark. That'll go back on there. And this one still has the white mark here. Taking my time to put it on. Line it up. There, slipped right in. It's not, I'm pretty sure it's not all the way in. I have to snug it up a little bit. Is there a torque on these?
Yeah, these bolts are going to hold up the weight of the vehicle, so torque would be critical on these. So I'm going to have to go look that up.
Okay. Plastic hammer. Always have one or two. I got the big ones too. And take a visual effect, make sure everything's lined up. It's in nice and tight. Okay, that's as tight as my fingers are going to take that. I should be wearing my rubber gloves, but old bad habits. I'm just going to tap it in with this a little bit. There, as you can see, I didn't ram it in tight. Now I need to find out the torque.
I'll go look up the torque, and you grab your torque wrench and all that.
Yep. So just to go show you, I found this in the bottom of my drawer. It's a Sears and Roebuck Craftsman. I bought this back in '72, and it worked perfect for years. Now I got the clickers. I already have them snugged up. Satisfied with that. I mean, I don't have them tight now. Using like doing a tire, star pattern. For that ratchet. Pull it back. That one a little bit. Star pattern. Okay. Snugged up nice and snug. Go back to the original, start the torque. Making sure the wrench is all the way in, a socket. Okay. Okay, double check. and take care. Now I'm going to zero this out. I don't care if I'm going to use it in a half hour. I'm still going to zero it out. I guess we can set the press up and then zoom in on that.
Yep.
Of course, I forgot to put my rubber gloves on again, but that's okay. That way I can get it all over the kitchen sink. Be liberal and everything. Okay, there's that. And when you get the blue paper towels, buy the 12-pack and blame it on someone else. I got the 12-pack for like $9 the other day. I was like, yeah, let me grab that right now. Okay, now we're going to switch over to pressing in the studs on the hub. Go down one, and I pull it out to it, and then I don't have to worry about it falling. Centerpieces here. Oh, by the way, when this came here, I drilled the 4 holes so I could put it in here. No matter which way I want to put it in there, it ain't gonna fall out on my foot again. Okay, there you go. Okay, got that all in there. So I'm gonna have to go to the side a little bit.
I think I would do it a little different.
Well, speak up.
We got a piece of pipe or a socket to put around the stud.
Okay, so I can get a measurement on it, right? Okay, let me get it off to the side here. That makes sense. So right now you got 4 inches.
About 4 inches.
So I'll probably go 4 and 1/8, something like that. So that way, yeah, it's not gonna. Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, I've had things when I was pressing
Then,
that it'll spit out at you under 10 tons of force,
okay,
and that's not always fun.
Got this jet like 25 years ago, and Harbor Freight has them now for like I guess same price, a couple $100. This one's made in Japan. It's different. Okay, turn the light on right there. There you go. And you can never buy enough lights. 4, 7, 8, 3, 7, 8. 4 inches of tape. Let me tighten it up. Don't be shy about your dogs buying you stuff. Daddy wanted to buy daddy stuff all the time. I think one of these cords has some damage to it. Making sure everything's safe. Lay it down nice and tight. Start. I use lubricant every time. Or coolant, whatever you want to call it. That sometimes depending on how you adjust it. These are adjustable, more tension going up and down. I just let it cut. And always have a backup saw blade. You never know when it'll be on Sunday night for a project. There you go. There you go, it bounced right out. Okay, let me see about this now. Actually, no, I can't bring it up.
Gotta find something that fits down in there.
Yeah, you know something? I have something. Give me a second.
So this is the setup here. Got the pipe, piece of pipe underneath.
So I got the press, a couple $100. It was on sale. I couldn't beat it.
Hold on, you're way off.
Why is that shifting?
Way off kilter.
So that tip to the side?
Yep.
Why?
That's because this flashlight's hitting it.
Oh. Oh, it's crushing it, huh? I gotta weld this on there. Okay, we're going down. So I'll let you know, I was taking these magnets and putting it at my release points so I can see where it goes.
Just go until it hits the hard point. Hard stop.
I'm at that point. Where's my white marker so I make sure I get it going right. No release. Coming up. And the magnets will stop it from going anywhere higher. Instead of marking everything up. That one is done. It's marked. Get in there and take a tighter look at that. Okay, I'm going to spin this direction.
Flip it 180, do the complete opposite.
Oh yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, let me take this out. Okay. Okay. Making sure it's tight. All right. Got about a 3/16 cap on it now. Going down. Okay, I'm at the hard stop.
The press is absolutely the way to go on this, so you don't have to smash on those studs with a hammer.
And miss it and hit the friction surface.
Yeah.
Right up to the magnets. That's good right there. Paint marker. Come down. Okay, hard. Coming up. Let me see, I went up too far last time. Just get just a little low around these joints. So I'm using a cleaning paper towel. This is the third time I'm cleaning it. I just got a little micro drop of grease on there. Brand new.
One thing I would do is also wipe off the excess grease on this surface, because any dirt and dust is going to want to stick to that grease.
Yeah, I agree with that. I guess I'm just old school. Just don't wear rubber gloves unless it's a solvent. And as you can see, I got a disposable bag there. Nothing getting around the property or your house, especially the kitchen. I ran out of people to blame since the kids moved out. Okay. Okay, that's it.
Make sure that seal's lubricated with grease. Don't put them in dry.
And when I was greasing everything up in here, I never dipped the excess material back into the container. I threw everything away. Take a chance of getting any kind of dirt or any kind of anything in there when it's spotlessly clean. Okay, so I know I will be wiping this down 2 more times before I do the brake shoes pads. Okay, put in there. Okay, I did not wipe down the outside surface yet. Okay, come on, baby.
And you want to be careful to feed that in there so that that seal doesn't get hung up.
I got it all the way against there. I have my thumb up there holding it in place. Pushing the bearing all the way in there. I'm using the plastic end of this to push anything where my fat fingers can't get in there. There, now stop. Wipe my hands off. This next tray. And as you can see, I keep everything in these little black pans. Keep everything separate. That's the first locking one. This one goes in first. This one locks on that, right? Yeah, I think so.
So the nut with the pin sticking out goes first.
Damn it. And the pin is sticking out to us.
Yes.
And I did not grab the new socket yet. Okay, let me get it started. By using the tool that we just bought to put the locking nut on there, I was trying to get it started for like 3-4 minutes by hand. I couldn't get my fingers in there properly. So as soon as this tool was handed to me, it went on within seconds. So much easier. Because the thread pattern in there, the thread length is pretty long. I'll say it's a good inch and a quarter long in there. Come on, baby. A little more. Okay, there, that's nice. I'll get this out real quick.
Knock it out from the other side. Alright, so with the torque wrench here.
Yeah, my dog's been talking about buying me that lift. You know, when you lift your car up on,
Yeah.
a couple thousand.
So I'd torque to about 30 or 40 pounds while rotating the rotor. And that will ensure that the bearings and cups are seated. Although we are reusing the bearings and cups on this hub, so they should already be seated, but
Okay.
this is standard procedure.
Can you hold your finger or pick up on the handle, one of the two?
Rotate, let's tighten that nut to about
I'm at
30
20.
or 40.
I'm at 35.
That should be sufficient.
Okay.
And then back it off until it is hand tight.
I'll say that's hand tied.
Okay, take the torque wrench off the socket. And you should be able to turn that nut by hand. Just use this.
Yeah, about to say. My little tubby fingers, and it's got a little oil on it. Hold on. I got the socket wet with my greasy hand, so of course I wasn't going to be able to turn it.
Okay, so verify it's loose. Loosen it up by hand.
There, I just did that.
And then tighten it as tight as it'll go by hand. These are used bearings, so the tightening procedure is a little different than new bearings. New bearings, you would set them a little tighter,
Yeah,
but used
I
bearings...
got it tight by hand.
Okay, and then you're going to put that washer onto the closest hole in that washer.
Mm-hmm.
So that washer's going to go the closest hole to what fits on that pin.
Okay, hold on,
I might need a flashlight.
Yeah, because I can't see it at all. Pin is right there at 8:15. And where's that slot at? Hold on, I gotta lay on my side. Bend my neck that far down.
That's what I don't like about working on the ground anymore.
Oh, boy.
Okay. The keyway's got to fit in.
I can't see the damn keyway. Where's it? Right there.
Keyway's at 12 o'clock.
Should put this damn thing on the magnet.
Rotate counterclockwise. 15 degrees. Right there. Right about there. And it almost, that pin almost barely lines up, so...
Tighten up the hair. Actually, it's actually, yeah, just a hair.
Yeah, or you could take that washer off and flip it over,
Yeah,
and the holes will align a little differently.
Hold on, let me get my micro magnet out here.
So verify there's no play in the bearing. I'm going to tighten that up as tight as you can go. It looks like we need to tighten it up about, so look at that little, the pin there. Tighten it up another ½ of a degree and it'll fit perfectly.
Okay, give me a second to get this out.
Should do it. This inner nut should not be tight at all. If you over tighten that nut, you're going to burn up the bearings. And typically with used bearings, you want it on the looser side, and new bearings, you want it on the tighter side.
Okay, baby, I just got you out here for this reason.
Okay.
That felt good.
Nope, the pin is underneath the hole now.
Let me see it. I can see it. You see I went too far?
Yep. Loosen it back up. Oh yeah, you went way too far.
I didn't see it, I guess.
I would do it by hand. I don't like to use the ratchet or anything.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, just as tight as you can get it by hand.
My fingers are greasy, that's the only reason I was doing that. There, it's right in there.
Yep.
Got it. Where's the second nut that you brought home?
I gotta go grab it.
Okay.
So as you can see, I don't know, yeah, I'll zoom in on that if I have to, but that pin on that lock nut is inside the washer, and the washer is keyed to the spindle so that that inner nut cannot loosen or tighten, and you really don't want that one over tightened.
I can put a dot of white paint on it if you want.
There we go.
So this is the nut we tapped off with the brass pin that I had.
Showing you the wrong way to do it.
Yeah. And then you can see that, where's that little chip? I see that little compression chip right there. I don't think that's going to affect anything, but I just wanted to show it. Yeah. So that's it right there. That tells me which way the nut goes for sure anyway. Okay, let me get that on there. And this made it so much easier. Started right off from the get-go. How nice. Okay, got that there. Maxed out my torque wrench at 155 pounds. Is 160 for the torque minimum.
160 to 205.
Okay. I need to stand up or... That's what I get for losing 40 pounds. I need you to hold that. I can't do it. With your foot, probably. No, I don't know about that either. Ready? Here we go. Got it. Let's try one more time.
Good and tight.
Okay, got it. Nice.
Okay, now the hub.
Well, the hub assemblies I want to bring up right now, since we never worked on this truck, and I'm not familiar with it, but it got the... Is there a bearing or is it pressing there? Everything just feels like it just moves around, so I'm thinking it needs to be taken apart and looked at, lubed up a little.
Yeah, I'm sure it all needs cleaned and lubricated.
So I'm saying I'm going to take 10 minutes off to do that. Prove because I don't want to take it all back apart. So if you guys run into the situation, yeah, so what? It's going to take an extra half hour, big deal. Okay, so I can take this tray with me. Rewrap it. If we go the other way. Okay, it must be sliding out this way. I don't know. It's loaded up, I can see that. One sec. Okay, so that popped out. Here's the washer. Hold it in place, wipe everything out.
Does that washer matter which way it goes?
Okay, I don't think so.
Doesn't look like it.
It dropped down like that. There, units dropped down. Just there, keep it in sequence. And then looking in there, there's a bearing in there, and it looks dry. I don't know if it would use a thin oil.
It's supposed to have special hub grease. Which we don't have, so we're just going to use the wheel bearing grease, multi-purpose wheel bearing grease.
Yeah, if something happens to it, I'm pretty sure my puppies will buy daddy new stuff. So
at least the hubs are easy to take out later.
Yeah. Well, worth a few minutes to go ahead and put a little grease in there.
Yeah. Wipe out all the old grease. Clean it.
I'm going to do that right now. Well, I'm going to get grease on you. Spray it out a little bit, guys. Okay. And the ventilation in my garage is very good. We have a mild breeze going through here, otherwise I would have done this all outside. And don't let nothing stick on your hands. I know I should be wearing gloves, but it's my fault. Okay, get the rest later on. Okay, so let me wipe this down real quick. Examine it for any kind of damage.
And this is where having a parts washer tub would really help. Or fill this tray up with degreaser of some sort.
Yeah, I got enough to do it, but I don't have time. Maybe we'll do it on the next one, next side. And this grease is just grease. It's not, I don't feel no particles or anything like that in here. It's all nice and just grease. The previous owners were all military family. She was like a colonel lady. So I'm pretty sure she took care of what she had. When I seen it like 20 years ago, the thing was spotless. And when I got it, it had been sitting like for 8 years. Okay.
Okay, I did verify in the service information. It actually does say multi-purpose wheel bearing grease is just fine, so I guess we won't worry about that.
Oh yeah. I had to like push it out last time. Now it's in and out.
Yeah, I would put a light film on everything, not really pack it, because I think if you pack it with grease, the hubs could stick or fail to operate properly.
Yeah. Let me get a little bit of paper towel. Activate it somehow. Had just a hair, but too much grease on there. Back it up, just take it off by a finger.
I'm gonna put a socket underneath that thing so it'll protrude.
So they get down there. Okay, Donna had a big socket here. There we go. Just right. Let's go a little more.
Yeah, I don't see the snap ring.
Yeah, I don't see it either. Oh, there we go. Have to push it up harder. See, make sure what I gotta do there. Yeah, I see it now. Just it was right there at the edge last time too. I had to go a long way with that. No.
These are not really the right snapping pliers.
Okay. Snap down, push it down a little bit.
Set it on the socket real quick. Make sure you push that down.
Okay, I'm gonna push down. There, snapped in.
Snapped in all the way around?
Yeah, let me double check it. No, not on this side, I don't think.
I think it's in.
Okay. There, well worth the 5 minutes it took us. Okay, got that. 3 screws. Okay, I got this. I'll keep everything straight. That way I don't lose nothing.
And before the hub goes in, there's those 3 little washers that need to go in first. And the snap ring, right?
I thought they went out here.
I can't remember.
Yeah, they went out here on the outside.
You sure?
We can take the other side off real quick. Why would they go in there?
so that this.
Oh, wait a minute.
So
The snap ring is on the inside. You're right. 100%.
This centerpiece is going to turn. It's going to spin against the end of that spindle.
Yeah.
So that's what those little washers are for. So
I just felt the groove in there for the snap ring.
The steel washer goes first, then the plastic, then the snap ring, or the splined washer. I mean.
Yes.
And the snap ring goes on the end of the axle shaft.
And so the plastic stays on the far outside?
Yeah, so the splined washer, no, pull it back off. The metal, the steel shim with no splines go first.
This is the shim.
That one goes first on the shaft. And then the plastic one. And then the splined one on the outside.
Okay. Yes, learning something every day. Just push that all the way in. There's no keyway on it, is there? No. Okay, push that in all the way. I didn't bring the needle nose pliers out here. Give me a moment to go get those.
So that prevents the inside of that hub from rubbing. Is there a snap ring groove on that, or you got to?
Yes, you can fill it back there.
Pull out on the axle.
I can still I can still fill it.
Okay. Yeah, I think I see it.
Maybe stick your finger in there.
Yeah, I feel the snap ring groove there.
That.
Should just be able to push it in until it snaps now. Or you're going to have to pull out on the axle shaft a little bit.
Pretty sure it's all the way in. Yeah. Let me get up. Double check the light. Turn it on to the point right there. Put it in there. Oh yeah, she's there. Yeah. See, it wouldn't turn on the spline here.
Yep, now you see it.
It's in there now. Okay, that's good. I guess this slipped in there.
And there was no seal or anything? Or the seal's on the outside?
No, the seal,
it's on the outside.
the seal I have right here. This little round rubber seal.
Where did the seal go?
The seal goes right here. I cleaned it out a little while ago. In fact, let me pull it up, show you. There was a groove for it. Right in there. Oh, wait a minute, where's
Just where the snap ring goes.
Let me see, where the hell's
that little seal?
Snap ring. Where's this seal go? There's somewhere associated.
Oh no,
with
that's not a seal. That's the spring from the old. That's the, what are they called? Garter spring from the old seal, hub seal. That doesn't belong in there.
Oh, okay. Now I know. I was like, oh God, it's right there in the bag. We can match it up.
Yeah. So the wheel seal right here.
Pass it to me. My hands are already dirty for the shaft.
Yes. So this is the old wheel hub seal. When we were pulling it off, I remember commenting on the little garter spring.
There you go.
That goes inside that seal. So that little piece does not actually go with the hub sets.
And someone like me, not really familiar with all the system, they're like, oh my God, I would have panicked. Not really, but I would have researched it to the max. Okay, snap ring. So, hold on. You're in a position where I can't do nothing. I'm right-handed, so you have to move. Oh yeah, you know how hard it's been for me to do that? I bet these don't cram together, okay. Just worried about this damn thing springing on me, hit me in the face. Of course it ain't gonna hit me nowhere else but the face.
Hook it on one end and just feed it in like this. I don't even think you need a tool to do it. Just feed it in from one end like this, like that. See that? Feed it right in. Get a nice snap.
Visually checking all the way around.
I want to wipe that seal clean a little bit. It would have been a good idea to replace that seal, but the hubs are easy enough to take back apart later. This truck needs to be back on the road.
Plus my dogs will probably just buy me a whole new system. Okay, see the lineup, see the lineup slots right there?
Yep.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. I got my 3 bolts right here. They didn't have no lock washers or anything like that on them. And what was this, a 15 or 20 Torx?
I think it was a T25.
I got that in a tray somewhere else. I have to locate it real quick, maybe down here. Okay, let me go get that real quick. Then we can go ahead and do the brakes. Be right back in a second. And that was a T20.
T20 or T25?
So this is a T20. It fits. It's a little loose. Yeah, it's going to be a 25. Yeah.
It's a T25.
So I'm not going to tighten it up with this. I'll go get the right one. I don't want to screw up these Torx fitting. I had it in a magnetic bowl. It might be right there. Okay. Okay, that's not it. So it took me a minute or so to get the right tool. I guess you can't call this a socket. This would be what, a Torx bit driver?
Torx driver.
Okay, Torx driver. That makes sense.
Torx socket. I call them sockets because they fit on the ratchet.
Yeah, that's what I call them, but it's like...
And notice how he's tightening just with the pressure in his wrist. I'm sure there's a Torx spec for that, but we don't have a torque wrench that low, that goes that low.
Inch pounds, yes.
Not here, at least. I have one at work.
I know, my dogs are going to buy me one. Okay, there you go. Now I got to do another cleanup process because my
rotor, then the brake caliper needs to go back on there.
And now let you know that the brake line I had taken out with the bracket off of there and made it easier for me. I have it all ready to go. And
so
the one hose
starboard there.
Yeah, starboard, passenger side. Starboard I refer to ships and forward. But the new brake hose did not come with this brake bleeding bolt.
The caliper should have come with that.
Yeah, maybe so. Oh, that's right. You're absolutely right. They're right over there. They're on there.
So here's the remanufactured calipers that come with the bolt and the new pressure washers.
Okay, so there. Now I'm going to do it again with a spotlessly clean towel. Verify I got it all. And we don't use the red brake clean cleaner because of the poison.
Smells really bad and make you sick.
Okay, so still got a little bit more to go. And yes, it will eat your asphalt up. That's why I got that drain down in the pan. Okay, I'll do the rest when I do the brake pads. Okay.
Yeah, they say to use soap and hot water to wash them off, but I've always found that to be really inconvenient.
Well, I guess the soap would pick up the grease better. Yeah, Dawn.
I
only use the three. I only use the 3 ducts. So, okay, let me get this off here real quick. Oh, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Okay, I'm going to show you on these caliper mounting bolts. He just commented that he had to clean them up. So notice it's shiny there, there, and there. It's 3-way. So this is a self-locking bolt. It's actually designed to be like that.
Oh, okay. That's why it was so difficult to get them off. Okay, yep. I understand now.
And as far as installing the new pads on these calipers, I think it's probably going to be easiest to take the caliper off of the new bracket.
Yeah.
But you could also probably sneak in the pads on the bracket before you mounted it up. But I think it's going to be easier to just take these off of the bracket.
Yeah, I would prefer to do that. And that is going to be an Allen, right? Yep, that's an Allen.
Yep, it looks like a 5/16 or an 8mm to me.
European metrics. And that is a 7mm.
7's too big?
7's too big.
And it's a 6.
This is 3/16. Of course, it's too small. Too big, too big, too big. What is this? This is a 7mm. Just verify the same thing.
This could be a 1/4 inch also.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. This is 7/32. Fit right in there. So that is loose. So you're right, it's a 1/4 inch. And this is another 7mm, huh? 5mm. Okay. 1/4 inch. No, did not slip in.
So it's a 6mm probably.
Yep. Well, the reason I'm going through this, I just don't want to pull out other boxes. Quarter inch. Verify that doesn't fit. Okay, I found a 6 after a while. Yes.
6mm, nice and tight. I typically would advise taking these off of the brackets anyway, because there's no guarantee they were properly torqued to begin with.
Or greased. Coming out dry anyway. Right? Hit my knuckle.
Alright. Now the abutment clips, I would put the abutment clips on first, the little brake things, and I would also advise looking in the box for the new brake pads to see if the abutment clips from the box and the brake pads are better than the ones that come with the calipers.
That makes perfect sense.
I'll be back. I'm going to go grab the brake lube.
Okay.
Alright, so to continue on the point I was trying to make on the abutment clips that come either with the caliper or with the pads, these ones that come with the pads I think are better quality. So these ones are coated in this felt material, which is an anti-noise coating. So these are going to be the ones we're going to use. Now, grab me those stainless abutment clips that came with the calipers. So these are the ones that come with the calipers, and these would work just fine, but the ones that come with the pads are a little bit better, and they're going to prevent noise.
That's the main thing.
The Don't want to get those dirty. Okay, and so it should be in that pack. We'll see, we'll make sure that it should come with 4 of them, but you want to make sure that they're not like specific. See how that's got a taper on one end?
2, 3, 4. Where's the taper?
See how there's a taper on that side?
Oh, yes, yes.
So I would be inspecting to make sure that there's not a specific side they have to go on. So you should have, it looks like there's 2 and 2 of each.
They look like they all match
All
up.
4 identical?
No.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
There's a left and a right.
There's 2 and 2, so we need to make sure that the abutment clips are properly installed, and I might have to refer to service information because there's no guarantee that they were installed properly to begin with.
Let's compare them to the stainless steel ones. Yes, there's a left and right here too.
Okay, so is there any instructions in the box? Of course not, but no there is. Okay, I'm going to go take a look at the service manual, see what that says, just to make sure.
Oh, yeah.
Unless that taper coincides with the shape of the bracket.
Here, let me stand up and do this. Kill them up.
Alright, so there's no pictures in the service manual, of course. But there is that little taper on the edge, and it coincides with the shape of the caliper, and there's these little locator tabs. So, and give me the, so, yeah.
Here's the bottom one.
So I just wanted to let you know that you can put them on backwards. They will fit on backwards, and you don't want to have that happen. So that's going to go on like that. Notice the little locator tab on both sides. See that? So that's how they're properly installed. Tighten that vise up a little bit.
Yes, guys, a human head will fit in the other big one over there.
That one right there. Okay. See that one, that little locator tab is not in there properly, so I'm going to scoot it up a little bit. Okay. And now this bracket's going to get bolted up to the truck, so take it out of the vise. We'll bolt it up to the truck. A little bit of thread locker on the bolts. Got the liquid thread locker. I also got this gel type high strength thread locker. I like to use the gel.
Okay, you can use that.
Yeah. You could use either or. You could use the liquid stuff or the gel. I like the gel because it stays in place. It's a twist on the bottom. Twisted on the bottom too.
That's nice.
Oh, yeah. Once you start using the gel, you'll never use the liquid stuff again. Put a nice hefty coating on there. Like this. Twist it and it comes out. Oh, did I grab an empty one? It's empty. But see if you pop this top off. Whoops. Here, rip the top of that off. It'll twist right off. There you go. So whenever your tube runs out, you can still extract some from the tube like that.
Oh, how cool.
And then just mush it into the threads. That should be all you need. Yeah, it's way better than the liquid stuff.
Yeah, otherwise it'd be dripping everywhere. I like that. Okay, let me get that cap back on here. Temporarily. Oh, that felt good. Okay. And by the way, that was a 21 millimeter. Come on, baby. Same problem, nice and tight. Longer extension on that one. Look how easy this one, nice and easy. Okay.
And let me go look up the torque on that one.
Yeah, I'll get this in there nice and
Don't ever mess around on brake bolts. Everything should be right. Good and tight. That's good tight plus quarter turn.
Still got a 1/16 of an air gap there.
Oh yeah. I'll be back. I'm gonna go look up that torque. Torque on these bolts is 141 to 191.
Okay, I need to get where you're at. And try not to work out of place. If you're right-handed, get in the right position.
Oh yeah, this one's gonna be fun.
Get my hand in the right location. 150. Come on, baby. There you go. 150 each with thread locker.
Now we're gonna put the brake pads in place, lube them up properly. I'm gonna take the brake pads out of the package. I would also be verifying that there's an inner and an outer. Sometimes they'll have an inner pad and an outer pad specific. Labeled at all? No. Are they all four pads got the little blue stripe? So nothing.
Well, yes.
Nothing telling us that there's an inner and an outer specific pad.
Still have the double on the friction surface
Okay,
material.
this is the brake lubricant I like to use. Permatex Ceramic Extreme brake parts lubricant.
And we're putting this into the guide
Just a little coating on this part right here where it rides on the brackets, the abutment clips. Just a little film. If you put too much, the brake dust and road grit's going to stick to it. Just enough to prevent noise and allow free travel. Yep, that'll do it.
Let me see. Clips
Clip's not on there all the way. No, it is.
It's in place. I can't get it past.
Yeah, it's typical. It's typical how it goes. Could be cheap, crappy brake pads. I've seen it.
Okay, well, we got the. Is there a screwdriver or anything on it? A little pry bar to bring
Well,
it
the
off?
problem is if you have to pry them on there, they're going to bind. They're not going to ride properly. These even right? Wow, that really fits crappy.
Maybe the stainless steel ones are thinner.
No, there's a spring tab behind it. So you got to feed it in like that.
Okay, sure.
Like that. Oh, I almost had it. See how there's a spring tab behind it? That keeps the pad from wiggling and vibrating in the bracket.
Yeah, I see it now. Did you fit the top all the way in?
Yeah.
Or partial?
Yeah, you got to feed both the top and the bottom in at the same time.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And roll it in. But who knows, maybe the stainless abutment clips will fit a little better because maybe that little felt lining is taking up a little bit of clearance. That would make sense.
Oh, let me try the outside. Okay, top. Okay, that goes on.
That one went right in, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get the grease on this one. Micro adjustment. Now, I would never have thought about putting in just this amount here. I would have put gobs of, gobs of the stuff in there, and not even thinking of the brake dust or road dust. Hey, you learn something every day. I love learning this little stuff here and there. When I go to dog heaven, I'll be able to fix their trucks. Okay, I don't see no damn way of this getting in there.
Okay.
I'd have to tap it in or...
No, because if you gotta tap it in, it's gonna bind on the caliper, and
you just get past the clip. That's all I'm
I know that, but I'm from experience. You just never want to do that. See, I don't know. Oh, I know what the problem is. So remember I mentioned
the alignment clip.
That little tab, the little tab right there. This abutment clip has slid over this way, and it's not sitting all the way down. So this needs to be tapped on over.
Yeah, that one right now. Get that.
Yeah, don't bend it. Yeah, see how that slid over there? Now it should fit all the way flush on that caliper.
Does the top have to be done too?
Might have to. Might give it a little tap.
Okay, one hair. Oh, that would elevated it up where you... Okay.
Yep. See, like I said, don't ever force it, because that's telling you there's a problem. Oh, look at that. About to go in right, smooth as butter.
Damn.
Yep.
Learn something.
Never force it, ever.
Yeah. Okay, let me get up. Let Chubby up. Yeah, what I liked best was the little bit of grease on the brake grease there. I wouldn't put too much. Let me seal that off.
Okay, and before installing the caliper itself, Gonna take a light film of brake lubricant on the surfaces that touch the pads, the pistons, just a light film on each piston. And a light film on the other side that the caliper itself actually touches the pads. And that's going to prevent noise from vibrations.
Should I get a Q-tip swab to put more grease in there?
Well, they already came with some of that silicone lubricant. As you can see, there's some silicone lubricant in there. So it wouldn't hurt to put some of this purple stuff in there, to take the crappy silicone stuff out of there and put the purple stuff in there.
Okay, I mean, I got some
we'd have to take these pins out of here completely. See the pins? Take the pins out.
Give me a minute.
And these are new remanufactured in the box, and you know, it doesn't hurt to improve them a little bit, because you know, your brakes are just going to be better
When
off.
you drive it 10 years from now, pal.
Yeah, absolutely. This purple stuff is going to hold up a lot better than the silicone. And as you can see, just a very light film, and it's not going to get messy all over the place. You're not going to have excess grease having the dust and dirt stick to it either.
What did you do here?
Okay, I would advise just doing one at a time so you don't mix them up. So just get some well, if you do this before you put it, if you put the grease on it beforehand, it's going to get wiped right off when you put it in the boot. So I always put it inside the boot.
Okay, I'm okay with that too.
Put a nice blob of grease up in there. And then let's put the pin back in, and I'll show you. And it just wipes right off. So this is going to be a little bit of a challenge, because the boot has to go over the pin. It has to pop over that rib. So you might have to gently use a pick. I'll let you do that two-handed. You're probably going to have to use a pick to kind of feed the boot over the pin, but it looks like you got it. Yep. Make sure the boot is, see, the boot needs to snap onto that pin on this side too, like that. So now the boot travels with the pin. Okay. And then repeat on the other pin, and we're going to install this caliper.
Yeah, that's nice. Got the grease everywhere it's supposed to go. Shouldn't have no shattering on the road. They slipped right in place. I wish I had that light now. Well, without the light, I can't see where it even went. It goes.
Alright, brake caliper is going on. Bleeder screw should be at the top. That tells you got it on the correct side. Notice that the abutment clip has a little spring tab there to keep the caliper itself from rattling around. That also prevents noise.
These I can just go general with height, or
22 to 26.
inch pounds or pounds?
And let me verify. Okay, that's 22 to 26 foot-pounds on those two bolts.
Okay, let me get the adapter real quick. Just take a second to do it the right way.
Now, one more thing is I would take that caliper back off, because I just realized we should have put a little bit of grease here where the caliper actually slides on the clip too.
Okay. Change that real quick.
Take it off real quick. Add a little bit of grease. It's going to prevent that caliper from hanging up and making noise.
Well worth it. Old Proto.
I've got to get under your fingers. Just a little dab right there. And is there anything on this side? No. Little dab right there. Okay, that'll do it. Prevent noise and caliper sticking. Here's this. It's got a little tooth right here. Let me put some right there too. It's got a tooth. You need to put the bottom in first. It looks like. Yep. Torque on those bolts is 22 to 26 foot-pounds.
So I got it set for 22, 6mm. Double check. Double check. Okay.
Should only fit one way. Doesn't it have a half moon on one side? Yep, it's got a half moon and a flat on one side, so it'll only fit one way. Be careful not to get any dirt up in that fitting. Might need some channel locks for that.
Let me, channel lock, you're right. There it is. I didn't tighten up the brake line on the back side of that yet, because to get this bracket in there nice and tight. The bracket's a long ass bolt too. Okay, tighten that.
Okay, you got the copper washers, right, on each side.
Yep.
I see them. Start it by hand. Don't want to strip those ones out. Ruin the caliper.
Oh, I can imagine a nightmare that would be.
Yep, well, when you're talking about 3,000 psi brake pressure, you don't really want to make a thread repair there. It's to replace the caliper.
Oh no.
So torque on the brake hose bolt is 17 to 25 foot-pounds.
Okay, I got a, I think it's a 13mm. Let me go get that real quick.
(17 to 25).
I have it at 24. Okay, here we go.
That was it. Okay,
That's
now
it.
I'll show you a little trick. Now, if you smack it, now torque it again.
Oh, compresses the copper washer.
Yep. Look at that. You got a good turn of it. That'll help you prevent any brake fluid leaks. Yeah, you get a little bit more each time.
I just noticed how everything moved back and forth.
Yeah, look how nicely that thing moves. It's all lubed up.
Okay, got another
Yeah.
under turn.
Yeah, you can probably. I mean, that's probably sufficient, but I like to do it until it just it doesn't turn anymore. That's it right there.
Didn't move at all.
Okay, so before we wrap up for the day, we're also going to tighten this because when you're doing brakes, always finish the operation that you're doing. Right? So if we tighten this one last piece up, that's going to be it for this side today. Tomorrow we're going to come back out here. As you see, it's starting to rain. We're going to come out here and bleed the front brakes, put the wheels back on, and wrap this up, take it for a final road test, and that's going to be it for this front brake job on the 1996 F250 4-wheel drive. Also, I did verify that the 4-wheel drive hub does work, as you can see. That axle shaft is turning. When I turn it back to free, it frees up. Okay, what size is that line?
I can't really remember. That's why I brought out the wrenches I had out. I'm going to try the 12 under right now.
Probably a 7/16.
And that's what I have. That's what I have here now. The 7/16. Snug.
So 7/16 was the one.
Can you give me that plastic hammer? I'll tap it with that. The hammer next to you on the right side.
Should be using a crow's foot and torquing it, but I guess we'll come back to it with the proper tools.
There, we'll torque it when we do the other side.
Yeah, at least it's sealed up from the water overnight, and we'll revisit this tomorrow.
Okay, that's it. We'll put everything on the creeper and just roll it in. Okay, I'll be right back. My torques. Okay, here we go.
No gloves. Okay, putting gloves on this time.
Big mistake I made every time there. My hands were itchy and I had to scratch them to death. You can see there. My fault. Bad habits. I encourage everyone to wear gloves. And then when I encourage everyone else to wear gloves, then I find myself not doing it. Okay, here we go. 25T Torx. Wrist tight. It's in a free position. Even though I have all the electric little drivers and I have the air tools and everything to go here, I enjoy doing it this way. But if I was a mechanic professional, yeah, I'd be using all them tools to save my hands and everything. I recommend everyone to do professional mechanical this and that. Make sure you take time to stretch all your fingers out. And each one of these items here, I have a different item here. One for tools and one to catch everything. I'm just going to go in there. One.
Yeah, when I work professionally at work on cars every day, we're always in a fast-paced environment, but I do enjoy working with hand tools and just slowing down and enjoying the job. Thread the screw back into it and pull it out.
The one we did on the other side took hours to get out. Did it the hard way.
Yep, without the tool.
And the tool paid for itself instantaneously. Oh God, that was nice. Come on, baby.
You gotta take the snap ring out still.
Sidetracked. Okay, I don't see it.
Pick or a screwdriver.
Yeah, one few things I did not put in that tool tray behind me. Give me a second. just a little something I do on all my tools. I magnetize everything. Best little 6, well, I bought this, it was like $2.75. I think they're like $9 now. Okay, then I also brought some Q-tip swabs so I can wipe it out so I can spot the snap ring in there. I always have Q-tips. And I did not, when I picked up my jack stands, or it was somewhere I should have got the taller jack stands. I seen them there. I was like, I don't need them. Big mistake there.
Gotta take the outer snap ring out first.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
There's the ends of it right here and here.
Yes, yes. That's why they got that little groove right there on the end of the snap ring. Get my pen. Okay, something on that. Some kind of epoxy. God dang it. Okay. Come on, baby. Okay, swing back down there. I had to move it down where the slot was. At least I can get it out underneath it. Okay, thank you for making it harder. Okay, see if I can get the pick out of there. Yes, it's a little difficult. Okay. For some reason I can't get under there. Okay, let me push this up to the next slot.
Yeah, having the snap ring aligned with the little slot there would probably help.
Come on, baby. I guess they have a tool for this, huh?
Yeah, there's a few different ways to do it.
Come on, baby, come on. Okay. Hold the wheel again. Is this thing round or something? Let me get her flatter.
Hold it from turning.
Is there that much crud in there that's holding it back?
No, just grease.
See the damn thing. A little bit of difficulty there. Oh, God damn it, just jabbed right in my finger.
Got the grease into your bloodstream now.
Yeah. Damn it. Now I'm grabbing it to make sure I don't...
Yeah, don't let it go back in there.
Okay. Right down to the drawers there. Damn blood.
Bleeding.
Right back down there.
Okay, go deal with that.
Yeah, let me go deal with this hole. Damn it.
Make sure you got all three of them here. The splined one, the splined one, the metal one, and the plastic one. Notice they are incorrectly assembled. I'm going to save that for when he gets back from washing the grease out of his wound. I'm going to show him, hey, this thing was wrong to begin with, because the plastic one is supposed to be in the middle.
For not paying attention, I had my hand in the wrong place and I stuck this unit into my finger. Luckily, when it went through the glove, I'll show you a little example of that. It went through the glove, it wiped off all the grease as it went into my hand. See how it got clean there? I lucked out.
Yep. So while you were gone, I pulled the inner snap ring off.
I see that down here.
And I pulled those washers off. And I mentioned a few times that you cannot assume that it was already assembled correctly when you get there. And those washers are not in there correctly. Pull them out, I'll show you.
Give me one sec. Second one on. I always usually blow these up ahead of time. Makes it easier for me. These are large gloves or extra large. I usually get the double or triple X. Come on, Tubby.
I find when you blow into them, it gets them all moist and then it gets hard to put them on. I use baby powder.
Yeah. Never thought of that. That's a good idea. Let me take this off real quick.
Okay, take those washers out of there. The plastic one's supposed to be in the middle, and it's not. So whoever was the last one in here incorrectly assembled that.
Okay, I got it correct. I'll put this into the basket down there. Let's see if this is loose. Nope.
Okay, so now you gotta... This time you got the correct tool to take it off.
Oh, maybe I should have got the torque wrench. I mean the big breaker bar. There's some torque on it.
Probably wasn't as tight as it should have been.
I want to say that for sure. So with the right tool, yeah, before we were knocking it out with a chisel and a brass pin. I was there for like an hour. I was terrified to damage something. And we put the other one side back together with just a little microchip out of the nut. Where's my little magnet?
Right there. And as you take that apart, make sure that that is actually the outer and they didn't flip those around also. This one does not have the pin, right?
No,
okay, so that's
not.
The outer nut. And then should be the washer with holes in it. Yep. Keyed washer.
See that now. Boy, these magnets do come in handy.
And hopefully they didn't smash the pin into that washer. And the inner nut should not even be tight at all.
No, it's not. It's a lot less time than it took the other day.
Yeah.
$30 socket, well worth it. And if you guys do go to the store, bring one of the nuts you have with you. Match it up. I took the nut with me the other day to a couple stores. They were trying to sell me something that was incorrect.
They were trying to sell you the half-ton version. Show the part number on that tool. So what's the part number on that tool?
It is a W12773.
W1273.
Two and a half inch.
2.5 inch from Performance Tool.
Nice. Nicely made too.
Yeah.
Oh, made in America. Note to date. Okay, let's take a look at this.
And the pin is not
Yeah, the
damaged on
pin is the same as the other one on the other side.
Good.
Excellent, good shape. Everything's good shape.
Okay, so I showed the trick last time you weren't here. If you thread the, you got to take the outer bearing out. And take the outer bearing out, give it a little wiggle. Yep. We'll have to clean and inspect the bearings on this side as well. Not expecting any problems. And I would thread the nut back on so you can rip the inner out. I showed that on the other side, you weren't here.
Oh, that's nice. I like that idea. And I always use the socket to get it started because I didn't. When I was trying to start the other day, didn't have the socket with me and it took me forever to get it started.
Thread it on there a few turns.
Got about 1/2 inch, 5/8. And I was going to pull the back bearing out.
Now, you don't want to destroy the bearing. Wow.
It ain't going nowhere. That seal was in there nice and tight.
Let me try.
Sure?
Yep.
Okay, you got gloves on?
Give it one shot.
So I put the nut all the way back on so all threads are sticking through it. The gloves are right there if you want to try it.
Let me try. Let me get one. Alright, I'm gonna give it a try. I can't promise it's gonna come off. Oops, one shot.
Holy Jehozy fat. I only found 60 again. Or 70. Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna take the rotor in, clean up all this, take the rotor in to the garage, press the studs out and swap it out. Wow, look at the metal on metal damage there.
Oh yeah, there's the brake pad that was with it. Horrible. And you know something, it was fine there for like a couple months, and I've only maybe put 200 miles on this truck, and all of a sudden when I was going down a hill is when it all of a sudden started making that sound, which you already have it on video.
Yep.
Okay, let's start and get this all over me, and take this into the garage.
So I am positioning my studs to be pushed out. I'm putting a gap there so my stud will fall down through this opening, and I'll be able to catch it from down below. Okay, so I have a variety of pushing tools and pulling tools down there. I'm going to space this up a little bit right here. I put a gap underneath there on these blocks here, so the stud will drop in, and I'll collect them all down there in that plastic dish down there. There, now I'm going to set the stop right here. There. There. I have my hand down below, and I'll just catch it real quick. Put it right in the tray. I'll let this come up. Then you can see I got the stops there with the magnets. It'll stop it right there. Tighten that up tight. Spin this around. Now if I was installing them, I would be going 180. But since I'm just taking them out, I don't have to. Now see how that, I just saved myself like 8 pumps. Get down there, catch it. I didn't have to use any lubricants whatsoever. You can always make yourself a press. You can use it in a big giant vise like the one I have out there from World War II.
You can even hammer them out, but the press is the preferred method.
Yeah. I would use a 4 to 10 pound hammer if I was doing that, but then again I'd be worried about touching the other parts. I'm going to get the air, well, my dogs are going to buy me the air operated system for this, which is like 40 bucks. Want me to save my energy to pet, love them up. I don't want to be doing this all day long. Every time I use this, it pays for itself. And by catching, I make sure I don't hit my threads on anything. I can stop damaging myself. Grab that a second. Yes, I will be seeing about buying that little hand-operated release and tightening knob they have. Thought I seen one the other day. Or I'll just make one. So they black out. I didn't realize I got them that quick. Put this down on the studs.
Makes it easy when you got the right tool.
Yep. Let me drop this real quick. The damage on that baby. Probably took, well, I doubt it's turnable.
No way.
I wouldn't bother. So here I'm going to go ahead and wipe out everything, clean it up real good. I'll be wire brushing the back side of this.
cleaning all this off there from the mating surface there. So now I have that the spindle, right? Spindle to come out.
Yep.
And that's basically all you really need, right? You already seen who did the rest of it. Okay, let's check that out. Is it easier to get the gloves on without blowing into it? It slid right on, I guess you were right. Okay. A little grease in there, fill my fingers.
You mentioned something with the charging system in the 93 Bronco in the background there?
Yeah, drove it down the hill. I always keep an eye on my gauges because it's fully gauged out on the OEM. And all of a sudden, boom, went down to like 8 volts or a little lower than that. It's like, oh my God, and it just started, it didn't really run weird or whatever, but it's like all of a sudden like alarm bells went off on me. And I didn't want to get stuck 10 miles from home knowing that the battery would last maybe 10, 12 miles. So I brought it home, parked it there, and haven't touched it since.
So we need to do a quick charging system diagnostic on the Bronco, which would probably also apply to this truck because they're very, very similar in the wiring.
Yeah, that has a Gen 2. I checked it with the identification that I learned on YouTube with the 2 holes and 4 holes and then 1 location to quickly get identification on it. I did put a voltmeter on there. Temporarily, it was showing 14.2. Then all of a sudden, it went down to 11 and a half. Tried revving it up and no real results from there, and I just let it idle for about 5 minutes and it never went away. It never came back. So I wiped it out pretty good. Let me see some more grease right there. Get it all out. Pretty good abundance in there. Okay, got a bag all ready for it to go into. This is brake cleaning oil that I got from someone. I have a 55-gallon drum. I don't know if this is a highly evaporative type. I'm only taking out what I need to take out and putting it where it won't spill. Let me get my bristle brush. Okay, taking a little bit of time now to clean out everything thoroughly, bristle it out.
In one of my experimental live shows with Technician B, I used diesel fuel, and that looked really good to clean them out.
Yes. I worked at a shop one time where we built log loaders and everything. They used gasoline outside. I was always against that.
Yeah.
I go, what are you doing? Taking a chance, something like that. And we had just the wash tanks and all that. You can put it in there like a machine shop. And some guys just don't protect their liver and kidneys and all that. Get splashed in your face. If you've ever been splashed in your face with gasoline, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It ain't worth it.
I had a fuel line blow off right in my face before at 45 psi on an E350 motorhome, and luckily I was wearing my glasses, and I remember the way it looked as the gasoline bounced off my glasses.
So one time I was working on a ship and we had these rotary tools, die grinders, and I had a wire wheel on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't paying close enough attention. I did have a face shield on, but I didn't have my safety glasses on. And a little piece of the coil spring broke off and hit me in my eye, the white section there, and screwed into my eye. So I went to see the emergency room, this and that. And they brought in the eye doctor from somewhere there, and he put a little arbor on there, whatever, and screwed it back out. It was amazing.
Horrifying.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. But as he explained it to me, and he was just talking this and that, it made me feel comfortable, so I wasn't scared. Some people can just make you feel comfortable.
I got something in my eye at work before, and when I went to the eye doctor, he pulled a Red Craftsman toolbox out from under the desk and pulled a pick set out and dug it out of my eye, and I blacked out from it.
Yeah, that was probably one of 4 or 5 times I got things in my eye in the shipyards. I remember going one time to San Francisco General Emergency down on Potrero. And that was an experience just all in itself. So as you can see, everything in there is wiped down and everything.
Say it again later.
As you can see now, everything is in there is wiped down. I'm going to try to get everything to drip out real quick.
Rinse it.
I'm going to rinse it all out. I am going to get my
Fresh gloves.
Okay, get this out real quick. Turn that upside down. Glove will do. We won't put nothing else back into. Well, try not to put nothing else back into it. I guess this would be like 3 cans of brake clean if you use it that way. Cleaning solutions, I don't recycle nothing. Okay, put in this pan right here, let it drip down. So I have containers for used motor oil, used coolant, and instead of washing down my bearings with all this old grease, all the old solution in there, I'm going to pour that out real quick. See what we got there. I recommend everyone make sure you do not put it into your drains or anything like that, on your grass, asphalt, anything like that. Don't do it. So now I'm going to go ahead and clean my bearings just to be on the safe side. I'm going to put the lid back on here and move it out of the way. Those old fumble fingers will knock it over. And all your automotive parts stores, most of them take the used motor oil back. Back about 8 years ago, I used to pay for it, but they don't no more. So now I'm going to clean up the wheel bearings. I use a couple of paper towels to minus at least 50% of the grease. Well, this has got a good coating of grease in there. Knowing the previous owner in here, I guess he did try to take care of it. I haven't found one bearing or anything dry yet. If it was dry, we'll be replacing them on the spot. Wheel bearings, never put enough grease in that cavity. And always have your waste disposal bag ready to go. You can see my dog right now running through the yard with a big paper towel grease. Can't wait to get in the house, spread it everywhere. Since I don't have no teenagers at home anymore, I can't blame them. I ran out of people to blame. Okay. That should be plenty. Just make sure I don't knock this over and spill it anywhere. Put the cap fully back on. Bring my bristle brush up. And I tilted this thing a little bit so I can get all my fluid in one location. And I'm going to be putting more fluid in here. I need to immerse it. And I'm not worried about running it. Someone gave me a 55-gallon drum of it in the upper yard. It has at least 4 gallons in it. So I don't worry about that. Very appreciative to wear gloves now. Especially that little hole I got from that bit.
Yeah, don't ever get the brake cleaner directly under skin.
In fact, working in the shipyards for 50 years, I can tell you right now, I never did see any of the older painters that didn't have liver and kidney cancer from all the solvents. And every one of them was an alcoholic. I don't know what the alcohol did to help them, but I guess it did. And you'll know when all the grease is out here, you'll hear the spin when we're done with it. You can see the little bit come right back out when I roll it around. Little bits of grease coming out the backside. Starting to spin freely. There's still a lot in there. And when you do blow these out with air, you want to have a paper towel there, all that, and you want to lower the pressure. You don't need to blow it out to 90 pounds. You can see when it's loaded with grease, it doesn't really spin that easy. You can see the grease working its way out. Still see some down in there. Using the fingers on the inside to expand it and just spin it with his hand. Still see a considerable amount down in there. You'll see when I blow it out air against a few paper towels, so I won't be spraying all over everything. You'll see how much little more will come out. Okay, let's get the air. I'll be right back. So I had lowered down the air pressure down to about 25, 30 pounds. I do not want to blow this stuff out at high pressure because it will get in my eyes and everyone else's eyes. So just testing it. Still got little micro bits in there. You see, there's not bad at all. I'm not going to douse it back in there. I'm going to come out here with a can of brake clean and just blow out the last little bit. Well, I guess I screwed up there. You see, this one had a considerable amount more in there. You will see people that will just go ahead and keep adding more grease into a dirty bearing. What does this take me 8 minutes to clean them spotlessly? Well worth the time. I don't know what's in that grease. Bearings don't have too much, I don't see no discoloration.
Hard to inspect the bearing rollers anyway if they're not clean. This one looks pretty good.
Brake clean. So the other day I found the brake clean on sale for $2 a can. I'm usually paying $6 to $7 a can. I bought like 10 cans. And then again here I'm spraying it up against a rag. So I can see if anything comes out. Side. time I seen basically nothing come out. Okay, I see a micro coating on it. Good enough. Final cleanup. See nothing else in there. I don't think I sprayed this one, but it ain't gonna hurt. Okay, let that soak up a minute. Okay, so this is how I grease them, the way I was taught when I was 11. Paper towels everywhere, make sure everything's spotlessly clean, no matter what it takes. You can see right there, it looks nice.
Yeah,
A little smudge of grease.
make sure that the rollers are good on the face and also on the ends. If you see that they don't look like that on the ends, they're probably worn.
Yeah, they're super shiny. So I never put any kind of grease back into the container. Once it comes out of the container, it's done. I will throw it in the garbage before I put anything back in there. You see some people like, oh, I'll save it now. Ain't worth it. So I know they got these little grease devices you can put it in there and pump it in there. And you know something? I've never seen one of them. I mean, at the store for sale.
It used to be about $20 or $25.
Yeah, you see the plastic ones. Now I'm talking about the metal ones. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, the metal ones with the hand pump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you see how that ooze through nice and smooth.
I prefer to do it by hand.
Yeah, I can see every little. I see the professional mechanics back in the 70s all have that. It's like, oh, that was cool.
With practice, you can do them just as fast as with a bearing packer.
Oh, yeah.
You know it's full when it starts squishing out the other end.
Yeah, I put a lot of pressure down to make sure it gets saturated in there. I can't remember. I think some kind of, we used to do a lot of stuff in the shipyards. You can never imagine one of these bearings 33 inches in diameter. Crane to put it up there. Good old Timken. Okay, got that there. All the excess grease I put around it. I will turn it a couple times, make sure. Well, if I could. Well, I guess I can't. Too greasy. Okay. I lock my fingers in it like that. Make sure I pick up right where I left off. I won't even double back. I don't care. I'd say truthfully, if I seen grease, dirty grease coming out here, I just watch the whole thing start over. This is what I seen the guys that tried to explain to them when they're using gasoline cleaning out their bearings. I go, you're making a big mistake. They sit there and say, you don't know what you're talking about. I go, no, I don't care about the bearing. I care about your health. Okay, going over it once more, real quick. Saturated everything in there. Okay. Okay, that's where you got for your bearings. See, I'm not putting no grease back in there. Just throw it all away, I don't care. Okay, the trick to be to get my gloves off without getting my hands greasy. And anytime you see the Scott towels, whatever on sale, buy the 12 pack. Be well worth it. Of course, I got a little grease on my hand. Okay, so didn't work. Okay, got it to that position there. Okay, there. Lid back on. The residual amount on my wrist right there. I'm going to be going in there and cleaning my hands momentarily. I'll be changing out the Band-Aid from the poking of the hole right there. And anytime you put the Band-Aids on, I didn't put the white tape on the second one there because the hole is right there. So when I put on the next Band-Aid, I will be doing that. Now look at here. I got this waste product, right? Gonna put it into a bag I have out here so you don't track it everywhere. Then I will be putting this bag here into a 2.5 gallon Ziploc bag to make sure nothing else happens. And since that is saturated with brake cleaning fluid, I won't touch it. Okay, I'm back. Gonna install the inner bearing, which I already have here, where I just got done greasing. Change my gloves. Change your gloves as often as you need to. You can see I got everything saturated with grease. Gonna go ahead and put a little micro coating in there. And I'm gonna pack up the area of the void down there too while I'm at it.
I like to fill up the hub with about 40 or 50% of grease.
Yeah, well, you can see what I took out earlier. It was packed up pretty good.
You can over grease these hubs and it'll force the bearing, or
The seal?
you can over grease these hubs and it will force the seal out the back, or you could also cause the bearings to overheat by having too much grease.
I did not know that. Here, am I telling everyone you can't never put enough grease in there?
Well, as it heats up, the grease is going to liquefy, so it needs to be able to flow.
Okay, so wipe off the excess right here. Wipe my hands one more time. Okay, open up the seal. And I don't open up this little containers, boxes, anything until the minute I'm ready to use it.
And don't forget to actually put the bearing in before you install the seal.
I've done that before.
Yep.
My father caught me. What the hell are you doing? Rockin' 68. Okay, just a little micro coating there.
A little tip, flip that over. Little tip is to pack grease up around the spring so the spring cannot pop off when you drive it in.
I like that idea. Yeah, like we found that spring and I thought it was a seal the other day.
Yep.
Yeah, if I did damage the spring, whatever, I would stop, make sure I just got a new seal. I wouldn't even mess around. So I go, well, Mickey Mouse it together, get a new one. And have plenty of paper towels on display around, ready to grab and use. Okay, I'll use my little dinky hammer. And when you're at garage sales, look for little things like that. Old-fashioned Blue Point from the 50s, 60s. starting.
Need a big block of wood. That'll work.
So you adjusted that.
Just don't force it because you can dent the seal.
Where is my block of wood? So I always use have blocks of wood. I have marked saved on everything. In fact, I need to get this onto a wood block out here. Something solid.
Say that again.
Something solid. Nice big piece of wood you can tap into with it. I always save my little blocks. Mark save on them. And stop as many times as you need to take a look.
Went in there crooked. Uh-oh.
Might be able to get this other side in there. That's why.
Move on. Alright, now we gotta extract that. I wouldn't go any further. What I would do is do the old spindle trick so you can get that seal out of there without destroying it. Put the nut back on the spindle. So you might be able to save that by tapping on it with a hammer, but you're risking the seal. I think we're going to try and pop that back out of there without destroying it.
And on a Sunday night, you don't want to take a chance.
Yep.
Taking my time to put it back in there gently. Where's my socket? Boy, I love this socket. Makes it so much easier to get that thing started. Look at that. The other day with my fat fingers in it, took me like 45 minutes to get it in there. And I'm going past the end there, so I have enough threads on there so when you pull off on it.
Just give it one good sharp snap.
Okay. Get up, make my breakfast.
Now you don't have the mass of the rotor to help you.
Nope. I'll tap it out. It's another way.
Yeah, you could drive it out.
Yeah, I got long drift pins. I don't want to take a chance on a Sunday night.
Or gently press it out with the press.
I got drift pins. I'm thinking, what can I put in there with the press?
A big socket on the bearing.
What's going on here now? A wheel bearing.
Repair complications. Is the bearing stuck on the spindle?
Yeah, I'm thinking that. That's why I couldn't pull it off.
Oh my god, look at the way. Is that spindle worn out? Or that rides on the seal?
Yeah, a little bit.
That's a problem.
Okay. God damn it. I'm just going to see if I can tap it out.
Knock it out with this piece of wood.
Behind the bearing.
Perfect. Saved it without destroying it.
Oh yeah.
So that just goes to show if it does go in there crooked, stop, don't try and continue. Get it out while you still can.
Now I got to inspect.
And make sure that that spring didn't pop off of it.
Yep, first thing I'm going to check. Sure I didn't drop nothing. Okay. Am I getting all greasy again? Everything looks nice. Okay.
I guess use your big ball peen here and do it the way we're used to doing it.
Oh,
Lordy, beating on my hammer. I got this off the Coral Sea aircraft carrier, CV-43. Let me move this to the corner where I got more weight. 1 second. Where is my block of metal? And you can never have big enough blocks of metal. And I am not swinging this hard whatsoever. Taking my time. It's a Blue Point hammer, and then this is a Blue Point way back when. There you go.
Looks like you put some heat shrink on there to protect the wood.
Yeah, I did. It wasn't cracked or nothing. Then I put some linseed oil on here and preserved it up a little bit. When I got it, was all screwed up. Okay.
Okay, quick wire brushing of the rust and then take the spindle off.
Okay, so I decided instead of doing it by hand, wire brushing my hub here, I'm going to wire wheel it. I'm taking the appropriate safety precautions. I was doing it by hand, and I was getting nowhere with it. I was like, yeah, okay, I guess I can do this for an hour and a half. And all that effort just to get that. So I'm going to switch over to a power tool. I got my safety goggles on. Okay, I'm going to hold it with 2 hands. Good enough. Now that I have this here and I have my power tool set up, I'll do the other side real quick. Take a few seconds. Watch your eyes. And you got someone around here without safety glasses and all that, be cautious. Wear my safety gear. Put it back into a bag, nothing will happen to it.
I think we've got to evacuate the room now that it's full of brake dust and rust.
Yep. I'm going to take that outside. Set this down right here. You can see how it came out really nice there, both sides.
Okay, so I guess since we got to evacuate the room, we'll do the spindle. Press the rotor onto that hub. We already showed that on the other side, so we probably don't need to see that again.
Yeah.
We'll work on the spindle
Okay,
over here. And get the spindle taken off and get that bearing lubricated back there.
Get a little WD-40. Gotta have WD-40 everywhere. And we learned from the other side there that we could have lubricated that mating surface back there from the back side. I'm gonna say a whole bunch of this stuff back here. And I'm gonna go ahead and wipe off the bolts. In fact, let me get my wire brush at the side. Go ahead and cover this up real quick. I'm going to go ahead and clean up the threads a little bit with a wire brush. I will be cleaning this before I put everything back in there.
Be cautious of breathing the brake dust.
Yes.
How much metal is all over that thing?
I know. The truck is what, 30 years old now? 30. Basically, it was built in '95. Still serviceable. You can work on these type of trucks. You can't work on those new ones unless you're gonna be replacing a sensor for $1,200.
Modern truck would be a complete bolt-in unit for that hub. There wouldn't even be a spindle.
You can't even play.
Garbage.
I wouldn't buy a new one. Okay, I need my 11/16, if I remember right. 21. 11/16. Yes, yes. I've got inexpensive breaker bar right here already. And I have a goddamn hand on it. And I like to stand up doing all this as much weight as I can put on the end. Okay. Come on, baby. Okay, one was not as tight as I usually like it. Switching to an old Milwaukee. It's not at full power no more, but it's easy to spin these off. Wire brushing it also makes it where you can get the nuts out real easy. Oh, I spoke too soon. There you go. Okay. Okay. The loose one. Make sure I have all my nuts. I put them away properly. Okay, so I got a calamity here. It's all a big mess. I'm going to take the few minutes out to put all the tools, smooth and everything out of the way. Avoid a tripping hazard, or if I was to fall, to have something like this stick me. Hammers and all this little stuff like that. Lubricants. So as you can see, it's just a few seconds to clean everything up out of the way. Especially that.
Okay, I got everything basically cleaned up. I protected my spindle here. I'm going to go ahead and tap it around. I did lubricate it. You can see the crack opening up. Exactly what I was scared of. I didn't want to touch a damn stud.
You could thread the nuts back on and protect them.
That's a good idea. You're swinging a hammer, you just never know.
Yeah, good luck getting those studs, especially on a Sunday.
I just had all 5 nuts a second ago. Must be a drag. I just counted them. That was a magnet now. Okay. Good eye. I'm screwing them on far enough so there's no way I'm going to damage those threads. Now I'm going to hit it a little harder. So I'm going to get one of my little soft wedges. Right back.
And that block of wood.
Get in here. So by swinging my hammer, I put a micro nick right there. Dang it.
Don't want that to happen.
No.
So realistically, this spindle
Let me mark that.
Realistically, this spindle probably should be replaced anyway, just because of this really deep groove worn into the seal surface. So this side is probably going to require more frequent wheel bearing services just to keep the water out. But realistically, that should be replaced, or I guess you could probably build that surface back up with a weld and turn it back down on a lathe if you really had to, because who knows if you could still get them. Perhaps there's even a repair sleeve that could go over the top of that, who knows.
Okay. Go. Not swinging at full power because I don't want to slip and break something or damage something more. Watch out.
Downward now. I really don't want to mess those threads up.
Okay. I am going to get a micro wedge to go in there.
Of course it's not going to be easy. 30 years old.
I doubt it's ever been off.
Probably never been taken apart.
Okay, where did I put those?
Okay, so like I did the other side, I put this micro wedge right here.
And it just
Okay,
folded right
and it
over.
just folded right over. I couldn't find the other one. Okay, let me go get a new block of wood because I'm worried about that one shattering. So I broke out a 10-pound. This is a 4-pound hammer. This is a 10-pound, and that's Big Bertha, the 20-pound.
I would thread the spindle nuts on to protect the threads.
I don't know why I didn't think about that.
Is it going on that hard?
No.
Just greasy.
Yeah. A little awkward.
Should do it and stick the other one on.
Yeah, safety, safety, safety. Protect as much thread as I could. Got a new block of wood. It's cracked up. Get it out of here. Up on the side. Make sure it'll bust your kneecap. I think you better let it lube up overnight.
All right.
Like I said, we're preaching take no chances, so that's it. Okay, so it's on there extremely tight. It's been there for 30 plus years. And deep creep, all that kind of stuff, WD-40. But I found to be the most powerful remover is this stuff. So I'm gonna let this sit overnight.
I can't even get that stuff anymore. We discontinued it. It worked too good.
Well, the over-the-counter product is called Summer's Eve. It'll destroy anything you can think of. Put the caps back on it, just protect everything, and then I'll put that there to drip into it. Want nothing to go onto the ground. Yes, I do care about my squirrels too.
So I guess we'll let that soak in overnight and just go back to pressing in the...
Yeah, and I'll probably come out here at about about 2-3 hours from now, give it another coating right there. And let it set up there. And you see that we put the axle nuts on there to protect the threads in case of a wild move here. You see how everything lined up where there's marks there. And we'll just let it set up. I didn't have to use Big Baby, the 20-pounder. I got this off another aircraft carrier. This one came off of a nuclear destroyer to California. Or a cruiser. Okay, we're back. Well, that other unit is soaking up with lubricant overnight. I'm gonna go ahead and put the rotor onto the hub, press in the studs. Show how easy it is with the proper tools. I don't recommend using a hammer whatsoever. Even if you had to go to a shop and pay like 20 bucks to get it out, well, I guess 30 bucks. No one's doing nothing for 20 bucks anymore.
60 is the new 20.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm bringing this over here. Let me put this down temporarily. No, I'm not going to put it down. I'll make sure I don't get no dirt anywhere. Double check. I'll just drop the studs in right now. And when I took everything out, I use these little plastic food containers. Those come in handy. 101 uses. But I'll tell you one thing, these black trays, food there, I don't trust any kind of food products that have been put in them. I think they leaked out some kind of poison. Am I sure? No. But I always try to take advice from older guys.
The food that come in the tray is probably more toxic than the brake cleaner and the grease.
Yeah. Okay, so it's micro tap on all of them. So here I'm going to go ahead and press in 1. I'm going to go 180, 90, 90, and just keep going in the star pattern, okay? You want to drop right too? Okay. And do not put anything down there that's too wide or a big socket, whatever. Try to find something that fits appropriately so you won't have the thing just shoot out on you. And make sure everything's cut at 90-degree angles of the saw. I've seen horrible
Don't
things.
forget the little spacer we made for the last time.
Yeah, that's right, I forgot. And the spacer is going to go, and I cut that spacer exactly to match this air gap down there. So, slip the spacer on there. Make sure it's all flat. I'm going to twist it around so it flattens out. Put my little spacer in here. Shim it out. Okay, remember Murphy's Law, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Take a quick look around. Here we go. Okay, I bottomed out my jack. And I am going to buy that little tool that was recommended by a subscriber. Take this out. Take my spacer out. Okay, there we go. Come on, baby. As you can see, the magnets let it go just so high. Spacer up, bottom spacer up, turn it 90 degrees. Work that right there real quick. Okay, bottom out. Mark it. I'm going to go 180. On the first time here, I had to go 90, then 180, and then everything will be 180 from there on out. Okay. Spacer down below. And make sure you twist it down there. Make sure everything it's on flat surfaces. Put my spacer back in right there. Make sure it's centered up a little bit. They're going to shoot off on the side. Make sure that spins well. Space that right. Even though I tightened it up when it went all the way up to the top there, just double check it. Okay. I got it tight. I'm still going to double check it. Spacer out. Identify the mark right there. Okay, that's that. Go all the way over to that one right there. Okay. I guess it would be nice to have some kind of laser alignment, so like on a drill press.
Could add that.
I've seen them, yeah. Nice to have. Okay, even though I know I tightened it up, it's just a routine to double check. Okay, going down. Okay, bottom down. Okay, up. Last one. Double checking the tightness. Okay, coming down. Okay, bottomed out. Spacer, put it down into my accessory. Pull it out. You can see that we still had the paper towels in there to protect anything going in there. And as you can see all the way around there, everything's nice and tight. Boom, done. Gotta mark the last one. There. Now they've all been put in with the press.
We reassembled this side after we serviced the spindle bearing and the hub as shown on the other side, and then we're going to be bleeding brakes and putting the wheels back on.
That's small, right? Okay, so which one goes in first?
The steel shim, then the plastic shim, thrust washer. Now you need to put those in before you put this in.
Well, that don't make sense to me.
So the steel thrust washer
Oh, I filled a
goes.
slot back there. Okay.
The steel thrust washer goes in up against the spindle, then the plastic one, then the splined one. And when we took that apart, it was actually not correctly installed. So it's a couple days later, it's been raining. What's the update on this truck?
Okay, well, I put everything together as you showed me the other day, and everything just slipped right together. There's a little micro grease down here on the slides there. Everything went together. I put the brake lines in, did the hammering technique, which you showed me with the plastic hammer. I put the anti-seize and all the nuts back there, put it all together. Everything went together with the 7/16 tube wrench. Everything just went really easy.
And we're wrapping it up here and going to be bleeding brakes soon, right?
Yes, I just got to put this one unit here in the snap ring.
And with the brake hoses being removed for so many days, it looks like the master cylinders run dry, so it's probably going to take some extra bleeding.
Oh, and I had a mishap in the garage. This little snap ring in here in the back. It popped off when I took it off. Just by chance, I had a whole bunch of magnets next to it, and boom, 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 landed on a heavy-duty magnet. Because otherwise, it was headed into the La Brea tar pit of old parts. Okay, I think I double checked that.
So there's a little tip. Whenever you're taking things apart, have a couple magnets on standby.
Okay. I didn't bring my flashlight out.
Got them in there?
All three are in there. I gotta verify the snap ring snapped. And
Does it spin on the shaft?
I'm gonna Let me get a little pick in there.
Well, it spins, so it's probably not clicked
Nope,
in.
no, it's not clicked in. I felt it moving in just a hair there.
You got to pull out on the shaft.
I'm going to do that momentarily. Making sure I don't get a sharp edge on my fingers. Okay, it did pull out a little bit. Try that again. I can see maybe a 30 seconds movement.
Yeah, I saw the snap-in move.
Yeah, snap in. Not yet. I'll pull it out again.
Now does it spin? I saw it move.
Oh, verify it. Okay, let me get the pick on there. Yeah, I can see the holes are closer together. No, it does not. Oh, they're now it spins.
Okay, yep, so there's your verification. That little snap ring spins on the shaft. That's your verification that it's actually snapped into the groove.
I took this out. This was all still lubricant, this and that. I cleaned it out with brake clean and put it all back together. And I cleaned out each and every one of the little grooves with a little rag and a pick. They had old grease from, can't say 75, say. Okay, I got this baby.
Well, we know it's been taken apart before because those washers were not properly assembled.
Yeah, they were sticking out. That snap ring was never really in there. Okay, come on, baby. I've been good. What do I got here? Bring the channel locks out. Or
Should just be able
pliers.
to feed it right in.
Okay, let me
Gotcha.
get my screwdriver.
Push it in.
Since I got poked the hole in my finger the other day, I'm kind of hesitant. Okay. 2, 3 bolts. Okay, there we go. The final parts of all this. And not being super familiar with this, I took my time. There was a time or two I took it all back apart just to verify I'm doing it right. So don't feel shy about doing it, taking your time, because you always have fucking your friend always, hurry up, let's go out. Then they'll be the first ones that take you out. Let's 4-wheel drive. Boom, blow it up.
Yep, blown up hub.
Just took off my rubber gloves before you got here. And I did go through everything, made sure I torqued everything in just right. I downloaded the information off the internet. And I found a site there that had everything special for each and every bolt on here and followed that procedure. I didn't guess at nothing. Remember, this is 25 torques. Get everything in there even before I put a little pressure on it. I think this was like 15 pounds when I looked it up on the Warren, right? Yeah.
Warren.
Remember when I put these on my 69 and 66, my military special, that was an adventure. Okay, just had my wrist. If I would have used my hand out here on a farther location, I would have probably put too much torque on there. Wiping everything down real quick. I'm going to use a little brake clean and clean off my rotor right there right now. Verify there's no extra parts. No. Okay.
Then we'll get everything staged to bleed the brakes real quick.
And we'll be right back because I want to stage it up so no liquids get on the pavement.
All right, we'll be back. So what size is it?
10 millimeters after all.
10 millimeter.
I would definitely said it was another size, but it was 10 millimeters.
Yeah, well, sometimes these remanufactured calipers, they come with metric sizes that you could get the left side's a 3/8 and the right side's a 10. So you topped off the brake fluid, right? Topped it off.
Yeah, I went with the suction device, turkey baster, to suck out any old brake fluid that was down near the bottom. I couldn't get to it. So when I did fill it back up to the maximum, near the maximum line, that's when you get the discoloration of the liquid. So when you go ahead and pull a little bit of it out, you can see it's clear.
It's nice and clean. And it's not cooling system cleaner this time?
No, it was the brake. It was the brake fluid you bought, and guess what? The cooling system cleaner was right up on the other shelf, and it was turned around. I grabbed it, turned it around, put it back up there. I think I should just throw it away.
Yeah.
Even though $7, I just, I almost made the same mistake.
One little tip on these, because I've done many of these, is that these calipers are pretty big and they hold a lot of fluid. So what I do is I will open both sides, open the bleeders on both sides, and just let gravity flow until both of them are dripping, and that's going to save a lot of time on bleeding. You won't have to pump it nearly as much if you get the fluid up in the calipers first.
You want a good open, wide open?
Yeah, open it up on both sides, and then after they're both dripping, then we'll start pumping on the pedal.
Okay, let me take put the cap back on. I don't want nothing to happen.
Take it off. Yeah, leave it off.
Okay.
And we're going to monitor the fluid level because it's going to start dropping.
Oh, then I put some paper towels around here to make sure nothing did get anywhere. And I just noticed it went down just a hair.
Yep, it's starting to go down. So eventually both of those calipers will be dripping with fluid. That's going to save a lot of time on the bleeding process. Especially helps when you're working in the shop and you have to go ask somebody to help you. Hey, can you help me pump the brakes? It saves your assistant a lot of time when you've already done this ahead of time. So we'll be back when these are ready to be bled. Okay, it's only been maybe 2 or 3 minutes. This one has fluid coming out, and go ahead and close that one. Sometimes you can see the little bubbles come out of that bleeder too.
You can see the pan.
Yep, so
got at least about 3 ounces.
We'll go to the other side, see if this one's dripping. Not yet. Oh, look at that. We walked around the corner right when it started happening.
All right, pushing all that air right out.
Yeah, you can see the little air bubbles. So now you know you've got this caliper from here all the way up to that point. It's full of fluid, and it saves you a little bit of time, especially if you got to go grab someone to help you. Okay, so go ahead and close that one, and we'll start pumping on the brakes.
Okay, let me close it tight. There, let me do the other side tight. And I removed all the tripping hazards. Just be on the safe side. Okay, we're tight.
Okay.
They're ready to go.
Top off the reservoir.
Take it right up to max.
Yeah, I'll leave a little bit of airspace because when you pump it, it's gonna come splattering out.
Yeah, and I've had that happen to me before in the Bronco. Okay, I'll
Okay, put the cap on, otherwise it'll just splash everywhere. You jump in the truck, I'll open up the bleeders.
Take that, what's that? I'm gonna roll down the windows, make sure I have good sound. Communications.
Okay. Pump it up gently, slowly. Don't want to aerate the fluid.
Second pump.
Pump it a few times, hold it, let me know when you're ready.
Holding it.
Do it again.
Holding it.
I just barely cracked that because I don't want to get sprayed with fluid.
Down to the floor.
Do it again.
Real loose this time. Got no pressure at all.
Okay, push it to the floor, hold it to the floor.
Holding it.
Should have used a little piece of hose to prevent all this mess from going over the new brake pads and everything else, but we couldn't find it.
Check that brake line on the other side.
Okay. Alright, so the fluid level hasn't dropped much yet. Because we had the brake hoses removed for so long, I think the master cylinder ran dry, so we might have to end up cracking these lines loose as well as crack the lines loose at the master cylinder. The truck is kind of slanted at the moment, so it might complicate bleeding, so we might have to reposition the truck. You're holding it to the floor, right?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and pump it again. You have no pedal?
Very little at the very bottom. I'm holding it now.
Alright, so let go of the pedal. I'm going to open the bleeder, and then you're going to push it down one time and hold it.
Yes.
Okay, off the pedal, I'm opening it, push it to the floor. And I'm going to close it, let go.
And it did have pressure that time.
Okay, I'm off the pedal, I'm opening it, push it to the floor.
To the floor.
Yeah. Bleeder's closed, let go, try and pump it again. No pedal yet?
Nope.
Yeah, it's full of air.
Did the lock come out?
No, just little spits and tons of air, lots of air, so we'll get there. Okay, so there's quite a bit of air in this system. What I'm doing now is I've got him with the foot off the pedal. And I'm going to open up these bleeders and let it gravity bleed a little more and see if we can get some more of that air out before we attempt to push on the pedal more. Okay, I'm going to see if we can bleed this side first, just to fill it with fluid because it splits off from this side. This pipe comes from the master cylinder and it splits off left to right, so we're going to see if we can fill this side full of fluid first and then go bleed the other side. Okay, foot's off the pedal.
Foot's off.
Bleeder's open, push it to the floor.
To the floor, a little resistance.
I got nothing coming out here. Okay, I'm closing the bleeder.
Okay, foot off.
Bleeder's open, push it down. So there,
Resistance.
there's your problem. You got no fluid on this side. Okay, pump it up.
Very little resistance.
You're holding?
Yes.
Not even a puff of fluid over here. Okay, do it again.
All the way down.
It's like no pressure or nothing on this side. Doesn't even puff out air. Okay, let's see. Fluid level's full. Okay, bleeder's open, push it to the floor. Closed, it's closed. Push it to the floor.
Floor.
What's going on here?
Could be the master cylinder is not pushing anything out. You got to bleed it at the master cylinder.
Is that brake pedal returning all the way?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because sometimes if the brake pedal sticks down, it'll block off the ports inside the master cylinder. So even if you pull back on the pedal, it doesn't come back further?
No, it's right there.
Okay, so that confirms that. Okay, so I'm just going to crack this open and let it gravity bleed some more. I think this system is just full of air.
Last time gravity fed, I opened the valve a lot.
Might have to pre-bleed the master cylinder because it did run out of fluid sitting all these days. Might have to crack these lines loose on the master and get the air out. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to just crack these lines loose on the master cylinder, get the air out of the master, which might help. Okay, what size are those?
What's
Looks
that?
like that's probably a 7/16, and this one probably 5/8. Okay, so that one's dripping.
This is 5/8 on this end.
I'm going to close that back up. How about a 5/8 open end wrench?
Okay, give me a sec.
So no fluids coming out of that port,
Okay,
but
5/8 open end.
might have to put some pressure to it to lift the line off the seat. Okay, go in there and pump up the brake, and I'm going to crack this line loose.
Yes. Okay, pushing down. Watch your eyes.
Okay. Pump it and hold it.
Holding it. It went down just a hair.
And no fluid coming out at the master. Which means there's tons of air in the master cylinder. Okay, pump it and hold it again.
Holding it.
Nothing. Okay, release.
Release.
Take this off completely. That's why they say never let the master cylinder go dry. Not even a drop of fluid coming out of it. Okay, push one time to the floor.
Go to the floor.
Not even,
Resistance.
not even a drop. Okay, let go.
Pedal all the way up.
Push to the floor.
Off the floor.
There we go. Okay, tons of air in the master cylinder. Okay, release.
All the way back up.
Push to the floor. Hold it. Barely
Holding.
anything. Release. Push to the floor and hold it.
Holding.
Release.
Go up.
Push again.
Holding.
I'm barely getting a damn thing out of the master cylinder. Okay. Can you pump it up and hold it?
Holding.
Nothing out of the master cylinder. Is this bad master cylinder? Are you sure that brake pedal's fully returning?
Yes.
Okay, push it one time to the floor, hold it.
Okay, I'm going to take my foot off the pedal.
Nothing.
Okay, now I'm going to push down.
Okay. Not even a drop came out.
Okay.
Okay, do it again. Pump it up and hold it.
Is that bottom one still open on the gravity feed?
I've got the line disc removed from the master cylinder, not even getting a drop of fluid. You're holding it?
Yes, holding it.
Okay, complication here, folks. Is this a faulty master cylinder? Put that back on there for a second. We might have to take this master cylinder off and get it angled differently, but really it should be filling with fluid when you release the pedal. Unless there's something going on with the brake pedal or the push rod in there, or the piston inside that master cylinder is not fully returning and opening up the return port, which would allow fluid in.
7 years.
Yeah, so I don't know. This might be a faulty master cylinder, and we might have just gotten lucky and found that. Okay, stand by, folks. We'll be back. 9/16 on the master cylinder nuts there.
So much for metric everywhere, huh?
Yeah, that's what a lot of people hate about working on these trucks, is it's a mixture.
A big mixture. Just
The 14 millimeter was too tight, so it's a 9/16.
Did that just jam up on me or something? Yeah, the ratchet, please. My husky too. Know where a die nut's gonna be ran over this one before I put it back in.
It's probably a prevailing torque nut. It's designed to be tight.
Okay.
Designed to stay tight like
I'll
that.
clean up the threads. I think you're 100% right. Is the other nut off the other side? Right away?
No. I just took the one off for the bracket. Let me see.
Put that into there.
Yes, prevailing torque nut. See the shape? See how it's triangular shaped?
Yep.
We need that shorter extension.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I only got 30 of them.
I bet this is a bad master cylinder just from what I see. I see a trail of rust running down the brake booster. That tells me this master cylinder's probably been leaking.
Yeah, since we got the truck, it's only been maybe 250 miles maximum. I would say no, that's maybe 200 miles. That's it. It's due for some loving care. Okay, this all goes into the tray. You're saying I pulled it off and get it out of here.
Flip it around. Let's see if that piston's stuck. Gonna have to get that thing off gently. The brake fluid level
Okay, let's
switch.
see.
Oh yeah, that's a bad master cylinder.
I can tell.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
Let me get the light there. Hold that.
Yes.
So that confirms it. This is a bad master cylinder. You can see the
Look
ring
at-
of rust.
Yeah.
That piston's stuck. And look at all the rust running down the brake booster. Hopefully this brake booster isn't full of brake fluid, which we should check. Pull that check valve off of there without it snapping. And what I would do is stick a zip tie down in that hole and make sure it doesn't come out wet. So,
You see how that rust come out of the back of that? Listen, watch.
yeah, this is a bad master cylinder. So,
Well, just a whole bunch back. Come on, maybe get the zip tie.
okay. And obviously we're going to have to be done for the day. It is getting dark. We're obviously going to have to get a new master cylinder for that. And what I would do before we finish for the day is take some water and rinse off all this spilled brake fluid, because we don't want it to eat up the paint and cause us any further troubles.
Let's go with the gamble, huh? Since the twist is like that naturally, let's go with that. I can feel the tap down there.
Wet? A little bit wet.
Well, it might have been from when I went in there. I was swapping around. I got it wiped off, verifying I'm going to go in there and drop that. Probably got it off my finger.
Okay, it's clean. Yeah, I think that was just residual. So this booster might still be good, although it is ancient. It's old.
Yeah.
Okay, so the booster I think is going to be okay aside from being, 30 years old. And notice here, this little push rod is adjustable. Normally you don't have to adjust that because it's supposed to be adjusted from the factory, or when you get a new booster that will be pre-adjusted, but it's definitely a good idea to check that that is properly adjusted, because if that is extended too far, you're going to get the same problem where that piston does not fully return, and you'll be wondering, why is there not any fluid coming out of the master cylinder? It's because those ports are blocked off. So
okay, what kind of pick am I going to need to get that off and not damage it?
A little screwdriver or something.
Okay, I guess so.
Okay, so that's probably going to be it for today. We're going to get a new master cylinder, finish this brake job probably tomorrow or whenever we get that master. And something like that might have taken you quite a while to figure out, but luckily I am really familiar with the brake system operation, so that was pretty easy to figure out, but it's not always that way. Yeah, hold that up.
Pull. Okay, all right, lucky.
All right, so that's going to be it for today. We're going to source a new master cylinder, and let's get this all rinsed off, get all the brake fluid rinsed off, and wrap up for the day.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up everything around here before I do that.
All right, we'll be back on another day. It's a new day. The rain has finally stopped. This is the main character, apparently. We won't let them get the ball. Come on, main character. Ball? Come on, ball. Bring the ball. This is the main character. The other two don't even try because they won't let them. So today's a new day.
We'll take a couple of minutes out, clean up all your threads, all your surfaces, and there's a little bit of rust down here. I'm going to see if there's any deterioration into the base metal. And I'll know that in a minute. When you're at the garage sale, always buy the wire brushes laying around. Yeah, the self-locking nuts on these were a little pain in the ass to get out, but they came out after all.
Right. Got any rust converter paint for that booster?
I may very well have that. You know, my dogs keep buying me everything, so. I think it's called rust inhibitor paint.
We got the new brake master cylinder. Should compare it to the old one before I take it out of the package. There was two different options, one with cruise control, one without cruise control. This truck has cruise control, right?
I don't know.
Well, I think it does, because the difference, if I remember correctly, is that the cruise control trucks have that sensor on the from the master cylinder, and I looked at the picture when I was ordering it, so it does confirm to have cruise control. And of course I can actually see the cruise control motor here, but the difference on that is going to be that the cruise control models have this sensor in the front, so it would be a shame to pick up the wrong master cylinder and not be able to finish this today, because the rain finally stopped. Alright, so here's the old master cylinder. There's that sensor on the front, the brake pressure sensor that they use for cruise control. Notice the piston stuck in the bore. And on the new master cylinder, it's got that port for the sensor, and the piston is not stuck in the bore. Okay, so this is going to have to be bench bled before we install it. You don't always have to do the bench bleeding depending on how it's mounted, but in my experience you always should do the bench bleeding, because it sucks when you install it on the vehicle and you can't get it bled, and then you discover, well, I got to take it back off and bench bleed it. Okay, so I always just bench bleed them right out of the gate. Okay, I got the brake fluid here. A little tip on opening it. Cut a slit in a little vent hole, and you can more easily control the flow and not overfill and spill out. Get that filled up real quick. I've got it mounted in the vise with the ports pointed slightly overhill. I wasn't paying attention, so I spilled. Fill it up to the maximum line. Let it bubble through. I'm going to put the cap on loosely so I don't have it come shooting out the top there. And I've got these ports plugged off for now. We need to switch over this sensor, but in a minute here I'm going to be pushing on these pistons. I can't do it by hand, but I'm going to push on that piston and bench bleed the air out of the cylinder before we mount it up. Alright, I've got a Phillips screwdriver which kind of matches the profile in there. And I'm going to take these ports off probably one at a time. Already got some fluid coming out, so I'm going to plug that with my finger, press on it, let it out, close it, pull it back, and repeat. Notice the air bubbles coming out of there. This shouldn't take too long. Okay, that one looks like it's about done. Put the plug in. You'll know you're done because the master cylinder piston won't move very much and it'll be very hard. And that's what I'm feeling right here, is I'm hitting a hard stop. So it looks like we're done bench bleeding. Could probably get a little bit of air out of this top port too. Whoops. Don't push too hard once you hit that hard stop, because that's what's going to happen. So now we should probably bleed that port again. Okay, notice how there's no air, just pure fluid coming out of that top port. And I've got these ones plugged off. I can reinstall that sensor. Don't need any sealant here because it seals off of the tapered. Okay, installing the sensor. Everything's bench bled here. I'm going to tighten this to specification, and we're going to go mount this up to the vehicle finish this brake job, bleed the front calipers, and take it for a road test. Okay, one more thing. I took it off the vise and I mounted it back up, but I'm going to fill the reservoir before I go mount it up, and that's going to help that it does not run dry when we're installing it. It shouldn't really be a problem because it's a pretty quick process to take the plugs out and then screw in the brake lines to the master. Just saying, that's best practice. Get rid of that air void on the top, and then when you put the cap on tight, it's going to help keep the fluid in and not drip out. Notice I don't have it very tight mounted in the vise because that's soft aluminum. I don't want to damage that. Don't really need to put it too tight. Okay, in the sunlight here, I just noticed that down inside that sensor is full of corrosion, which is probably why they had a recall on these a long time ago where they were catching fire and burning people's houses down. Let me take a look at that connector wherever it is. Yep, it's got the little recall harness on it. See that? That was part of the recall. And yep, it's corroded. So I'm going to need a new jumper harness here as well as a new sensor, but for now we can just leave this disconnected and come back to that later. The brakes will still function without that.
Do I need to get a brake parts cleaner into that right now?
Nope, should be replaced because those are known to burn your house down, so don't even mess with them. New, just get a new one. They might even give it to you free. They used to give those the harness there. They used to give those to you for free because it's part of the recall. So the service manual here, as far as adjustment of the push rod on that brake booster, they want you to make a tool and install that tool, and they want you to start up the engine and press on the brakes and make sure it touches or whatever, and we're not going to do that today. I'm going to do it my own way. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this depth gauge, I'm going to measure from the mounting surface to this surface here, and that's about 5/8 of an inch. And then I'm going to measure down in the bore to where it touches the piston to the top of that mounting face, which is approximately 1.5, almost 1.5. So got to do the math and come up with the difference of the inside of that to the mounting surface, and then I can measure the protrusion on that push rod there and ensure that it is adjusted properly.
It was 1.5 plus 5/8, 2 1/8.
It was 5/8. Well, we're gonna have to do the math real quick. Okay, so 1.5 minus 5/8 of an inch is 7/8 of an inch, and I've got the caliper set to 7/8 of an inch. I'm gonna go to that surface and just make sure it is close. It is pretty close to adjusted properly is what it looks like to me. But when I install the master cylinder, so when I install that onto the booster, I want to make sure that that push rod is not resisting me going all the way flush. And it actually looks like it might be. Notice there's a little bit of a gap. So that push rod might be adjusted a little bit out too far, or we need to make sure that the brake pedal is fully returned. Let me make sure this is... Yeah, he's going to go in there and pull back on the brake pedal, make sure it's not out.
It's maximum pulled out.
Okay, so the brake pedal is not stuck down at all. Those brake pedal pivots used to have a problem. So I've got the caliper set to 7/8 of an inch again. And yeah, it does look like it's slightly adjusted out too far. So I think we're going to have to turn that adjuster in at least one full turn and just get that a little better. And we might have to play around with it, because if that's adjusted too short, you're going to have excessive brake pedal travel. And if it's too far out, you're going to have sticking brakes and burning brakes. So that's very, very important you get this adjusted properly. And like I said, you cannot always trust it was right to begin with. And notice we did put a little rust preventative paint on there. Okay, so I've changed my mind here. I mounted the master cylinder up here again, and I pushed in as hard as I can, and I can't get that gap to go away, so I don't think that it's actually making contact with the push rod. So we're going to leave it alone for now and just see how it feels, make sure the brakes are releasing properly. But that's how you check the adjustment on that, and we're going to get a measurement on that little hex there.
So that hex is a 9/32.
Okay, 9/32 of an inch, and you would want to hold it from turning with probably a pair of vice grips gently on there. Okay, so master cylinder is going to be installed. We're going to get the nuts installed. Got this brake level sensor switch. I think I'm going to leave that off until we get the nuts both tightened down. Just going to make it a little easier to tighten those up without breaking something off there. Got our brake lines to attach. Also going to leave those out of the way until these are installed. This bracket here needs to go over the top of that nut. There's one nut over here, and then this one goes on with the second. Notice with the cap on there, there's minimal dripping.
I was just worried about that.
So torque on those master cylinder nuts is 13 to 25 foot-pounds.
Get the proper wrench. That's the big wrench.
It was
5/8?
7/16 and 5/8, if I remember correctly. We're gonna get these lines started before installing this little bracket here. It's gonna make it a lot easier to install those first. I'm gonna install them loosely and then install the bracket.
So if you didn't find how the plunger went all the way forward and locked into place, so if we had driven this vehicle, even if it was okay, and we applied the brakes and it locked down there, and you would have locked up your brakes and on a highway or somewhere and got stuck somewhere.
It's either that or
Swirl off the road.
the brand new brakes that we just spent $600 on would have been immediately overheated and destroyed.
And that's what happened to the other shoes that was on there.
That's what I think happened, because that side was burnt up metal to metal, as well as sticky calipers, because it was only the inner pad that was stuck like that.
Yeah.
Or ground down to nothing like that, and all the other brake pads really looked almost new. So I think the master cylinder was the root cause of this, and if we didn't find that, it would have been an immediate repeat failure. So always do fully investigate the brake system.
Definitely would have been a repeat.
Okay, you got those snugged up?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so now we're ready to go back to the brake caliper bleeding.
7/16, 5/8.
Yeah, so take the cap off. We're going to gravity bleed those calipers again as shown previously. This time I think we're actually going to get some brake fluid flowing out of the hoses.
Oh, and I put this hose here.
Yeah, this time we've got some clear hose to prevent it from splattering all over the place and getting all over the new brake pads and all that. Notice we've got some surface rust because this truck had to sit for about a week or a week and a half in the rain while we were awaiting parts.
Oh,
just one of the complications that comes up when you're working on cars sometimes, but the surface rust isn't going to hurt anything. We're just going to have to get this bled and finish this up, and then that first road test is going to wipe all that surface rust off of there. Okay, notice there's already fluid filled up in the caliper. So that was that time-saving tip I gave before. Whenever you ask someone to help you bleed brakes, you want to gravity bleed the calipers first. Make sure they're both full. Let's go check the other side.
One second. There should be enough.
Yep. We'll give it some time. Should be some fluid coming out of that shortly, and then we will do the pumping the brakes and bleed them, and we're going to be done here. Notice not as much surface rust on this side because this side I think is a little better shielded from the rain. Did get some surface rust on the hub there where you cleaned it up. Okay, starting to get a couple bubbles and fluid here. So I think we're probably ready to start pumping on it.
Okay, got the hose off.
Alright, I put the cap back on there to prevent any spillage when he's pumping on it. I haven't installed that bracket just yet, but that can wait. Go down here. This time we've got that clear tubing to prevent so much mess. Okay, pump. Let me get in the sunlight.
Both sides are open?
Let me close them. Closing the bleeders. Okay, pump and hold. Feels better this time, huh?
Holding.
Got lots of air bubbles out. Bleeders closed, pump it again.
Holding.
Do it again.
Holding.
Do it again.
Holding.
Again.
Holding.
Starting to get a solid stream of fluid, minimal air. Okay, probably one or two more times on this side. Do it again.
Holding. Good pressure.
Okay, let's do it again. I prefer to do the bleeding with the pumping the pedal method because you get a lot more you get a lot more fluid velocity, which is going to help carry the air downward through this hose and out. And that works a lot better than gravity bleeding or vacuum bleeding. Okay, you're holding it?
Holding.
Okay, still getting minor little air bubbles in there. Okay, do it again.
Holding. Good pressure.
Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, bleeders closed, relax. I'm going to check the fluid level. Okay, fluid level has dropped. I'm going to top that off. Okay, driver's side, pump and hold.
Holding.
That's good. Yeah, barely any air at all. It was straight fluid. Okay, do it again.
Holding.
Get that velocity. Do it again.
Holding.
Okay, brake pedal's nice and hard.
Yes.
Okay, brake pedal's nice and hard. I think we are fully bled. The passenger side was still getting really minor air bubbles.
Can I take my foot off now?
Yeah, release. Passenger side was still getting really minor air bubbles. However, this truck is slightly slanted downhill, so you might need to flip it around in the driveway so it's pointed uphill. That might help, but the brake pedal is hard, so that's most likely not going to be a problem. However, you do want to do a nice thorough bleeding. Okay, I'm going to have you pump it again so I can crack these lines loose up here, make sure we get all the little air bubbles out of the master cylinder, because this is the highest point in the system. Yeah, go ahead.
Holding.
Okay, just foamy little amount of fluid. Do it again.
Holding.
Okay, solid stream of fluid. I'm going to tighten that down to the final tightening.
You mean blue?
Yeah, Blue was on his way up
Okay.
on top.
Okay, pump and hold.
Holding.
Another foamy little spit out of fluid. Pump it again.
Holding.
Solid stream of fluid. Got all the air out of here. We're going to tighten these lines to specification. I'm going to add this bracket back there and install the nut. Okay, we're going to come back to that, and we're going to put the wheels back on, take this for a road test, and we're going to be done for the day. This is the front brakes, master cylinder, etc. Next project on this truck is probably going to be this starter button that's wired to go across the battery up into the cab. That's a major fire hazard. We need to get that dealt with. When you turn the key, the engine does not crank, so that needs further diagnosis and it needs to be addressed. And what else? Rear brakes on this truck.
We have to bleed the rear brakes now?
No, we didn't. Well,
We did.
theoretically, you shouldn't really have to bleed down here, but it's probably a good idea because we did. Yeah, so theoretically, this is the low point in the system, and the high point's the master, and the only thing we took apart on the rear brakes was the master cylinder. So theoretically, all that fluid should have stayed up at the top. However, we don't know for sure that the rear brakes have ever been properly bled. So on the rear brakes, we don't know if they've ever been properly bled. We don't know if they've ever been properly assembled or adjusted. Doesn't the park ring brake feel a little low?
Yes, we're going to do an inspection.
Okay, so rear brakes are probably going to be next on this truck, as well as checking out that starter button that someone's wired in. So right there, underneath the dash there, that's how you start it. If I turn the key on and turn it to start, it doesn't crank, and the engine's never going to run right like that because the engine computer needs to see that crank signal to put it in starting mode. If you're starting it off a button like that, the PCM interprets that as what's called a rolling restart. If this had a stick shift and the engine were to stall and you coasted and then let the clutch out and started that back up, that would be counted as a rolling restart. So the PCM really needs to see that starting signal to properly run, and this thing actually runs pretty poorly when you start it up off that button, and I think that's why. So that's going to be in a future video as well. Okay, let's go ahead and put the wheels back.
The truck runs beautiful.
Yeah, let's go ahead and put the wheels back on the front and get this positioned. If you want to do the rear brakes or take them off and at least inspect them, but that's going to be a whole nother job itself.
Next sunny day.
Yeah, next sunny weekend. Keep an eye out for that one. Okay, so we're going to get things cleaned up, get these wheels put on, get this thing off the jack stands, and move on to the next project. So this one's going to be put back on hold. It's been disabled in this spot for a while, taking up the workspace. So this one's going to be moved out. 1993 Bronco has a charging system fault. I think that's going to be the next one that's going to be moved into the sunlight. I'm going to check that out real quick.
So here's one of the most overlooked items of them all. Put the cap back over your brake bleeder. And if you don't have it, they're only like 39 cents at like a parts store or a general hardware store. Put it on there. It'll pay out big time.
And push it all the way down on there.
Great. And there's another tip, that when you're putting your tires back on, you see these at garage sales, little bar, straight bar, or a piece of pipe. Have things like that. Because if you're older like I am, it'll help you later on. It'll help you get the tires back on. It makes it easy. So being about 70 years old, I'm just going to scoot the tire up in place.
Put my bar underneath it. Observe where my lug nuts are. It's right there, 12 o'clock. Line my tire up with it.
That'll save your back.
No effort whatsoever on me. And I always start all my lugs by hand, and I usually go in 3 or 4 threads. You know, 3 or 4 turns, and if you can go longer, big deal, go longer, get more on there. Tweak your tire around a little bit. So we're gonna do everything up there. We'll get the torque on there, everything. So when I was taking off the tires earlier, I was in anticipation we were gonna take the rear tires off, so I loosened them all up with a torque wrench. So we're gonna go through and torque these tires, torque the rear, and everything. Double check everything. And if you ever torque the front tires, double check the rears, even if you did not take them off. Things loosen up after a period of time.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't put this onto a socket and just put it in there and just fire it on. I've seen that done too. Here's a good story for you. Back in '77, I had a friend named Bob. So we were talking about clean brake fluid, .3, .4, all that for different cars. .4 is like for an MGB Roadster. The .3. Well, he didn't really know, and he didn't care. He put Crisco cooking oil into the master brake cylinder, and we were just going on a long trip to Yosemite. And I found that out. Pull over, let me out of this vehicle. I got a hold of my dad to come tow that thing back into town. We could not bleed out all the cooking oil out of the system. We had to junk the vehicle. So
yeah, I'm sure it was all solidifying.
Everyone has those little stories there, so pass it on. Make sure you use the right product.
Yeah, especially if you're going way up into the mountains, you don't want the brake fluid to boil or Crisco to boil.
Yeah, we didn't get, maybe not even over the Bay Bridge. Didn't even make it to that. And all of a sudden the pedals were just straight to the ground. You can see all the nightmare. It was a good thing that he confessed that that's what he used. Okay, that's about it.
Right.
And don't let nothing get on the ground. I'm going to clean all that up. And you know, plastic containers like this, I had some of these for years. They come in handy just for this stuff. There you go. Torque wrench, 11/16. Yeah, I'm going to be buying myself a new torque wrench coming up. Okay, 7/8 socket, 1/2-inch drive, got the right one. It up and I thought it was 100. My mistake was it was for a 1/2-ton F150 in Bronco. This is F250 heavy duty, so it's 145 pounds. So I reset the unit here. And guys, make sure your socket slips all the way on there. Make sure you got the right appropriate tools, and then don't get over here and try to put your hand right out to where the grip is at, and then push down from there. Click.
And this is a single rear wheel vehicle, and if you have dual rear wheels, the torque is even more. So do ensure you're using the proper specification.
Oh, yeah. I'll double check that.
Here, Rebel, give me a few more barks. Barking Dogs 3, the movie, take 2.
Okay,
All
we're
right.
starting it for the first time.
This is going to be the example of
This is
its-
where it won't start with the ignition key. I bought all new parts, but there's someone jury rigged the button down here. See how it runs crappy for about 30 seconds?
Yep. This being a fuel injected truck should
see how it's-
run nice and smooth right out of the gate.
Yeah,
So
nice and smooth now.
I'd say that has everything to do with that little push button.
Oh yeah.
That's going to be it for this 1996 Ford F250 pickup. Front brake pad replacement, front brake pads, rotors, and calipers replacement, because the driver's side caliper was seized. Something was dragging. The inner driver's side brake pad was worn metal to metal. The rotor was destroyed beyond repair. We couldn't turn it, couldn't save it. So we're on the final road test, doing the brake pad wear-in, the bed-in procedure, which involves just slowing down from about 50 to 30 multiple times, and that's going to create material transfer between the brake pad and the brake rotor. It's going to help with the friction. So the first few applications of the brakes are going to be ineffective. It's not going to feel right. So make sure you do this before you give it back to the customer, give it back to your loved one, whoever you're doing the brake job for, or even yourself. So you're going to notice it's just not going to feel right until you do that. There might be some smoking and some burning smells. So very important you do this last step. In a couple future videos on this truck, we're going to look at the starting, where it doesn't want to crank with the key. The blower motor doesn't work except for only on high. And we also need to take a look at the rear brakes and rear wheel bearings. The parking brake feels a little weak to me, so we need to verify all that stuff's properly adjusted back there. Anything else on this truck you want to look at?
We have a mystery noise when you back up certain times, turning the wheels. Is that? And it seems like if there was radius arms on there, it would be like the bushing was bad, but it doesn't have radius arms on this model.
Yeah.
So there's frame body mounts, whatever. I look down there, I don't see nothing wrong with them, but it might be a top one on top of the frame that I cannot see, and it's it only makes it once in a while, but it's concerning.
Yeah, it's a really pretty bad popping noise from the front end. It's like, almost seems like the frame is cracked, or something's loose, something's broken, could be a body mount. But when the wheels were off, I took a look all up inside there, all over the frame. I couldn't see any cracks. I couldn't see anything obvious of where that popping noise was coming from. So so keep an eye out for those upcoming videos on the 1996 F250 OBS Ford. We're also going to be working on the 1993 Ford OBS Bronco in some upcoming videos, so keep an eye out. I think that's it for this one. There you go. That popping noise we need to figure out.
Yeah, it is very concerning.
Alright, that's going to be it for this one. Catch you in the next one. Thanks.